よりうねって長い傾向不確かなものに囲まれてんだねそこら中に転がってる打弱妄想だって思いのほか重要心に逆ら外れた振る舞い早まったのさ引くに引けない要素笑ってに入れた座標を打ち込め姿を映して油かったな道は分かれてたんだそれも遠いところでから全て間違いじゃない楽しみだった誰々まんざらでもない何塗り直すのさ今になればいつだって構わない色深い答えになって溢れ出すよ緩和は消えてかない感覚まだまだ足りてないみたい重なり合う光るたびに寄り添うどこにも消えないでほしいとどまる恋深い重心頼り傷つくこともあるダリダリダフに噛んでくスタイルマリマリ体現するのさ何がどうなったって不思議じゃない振りを増し答えになって響き出すよ緩和は消えてかない感覚あくまで踊りたいだけ気づいたんだ今はローに止まりたくないんだろうにやばいなんとなくなのに見透かされてんのに
Oh, damn. I timed it with the ad break. Let's go. My stream starts with ad break. Oh, and I forgot to turn it on.
Yeah.
Those two things. There we go. I'm so smart.
Hi. I'm gonna dip if you got nothing else to say in my avatar.
Yeah,
So,
that was really it. Just trying to discuss design
Oh,
details.
the-
That I had done.
just a couple of reminders. One,
I
make the
would wear-
glasses a little bit bigger, just a wee bit bigger, so they cover the whole my whole face, like my whole eyes, obviously.
Mhm.
Two, change the color to purple about the jacket if you can, or blue, like purplish blue, one of the two. Three, make you split in half on opposite sleeves, preferably on the parka, or if you can do both, I guess.
I could do both.
Um,
The parka, I could go kind of along the line or on top of it, and then kind of have a color that kind of stands.
I'd say on top of it. I'd say on top of it, because I don't want to mess up the line, so I'd say on top or the bottom.
Mhm.
Either one works.
Yeah.
And then, last thing, don't forget the insignia.
Yep.
Empire. Yeah, here.
Yeah. I put there.
Oh, number 5. 30 physics.
I know. I will make sure all the bones will be working. I promise.
Okay, good. 'Cause I hate how much Avatar had no physics. It has no physics. It is harder than a fucking cotton board.
I know. I will make sure the physics are working. They aren't currently working. I don't think. And it seemed like they were working. Some of the physics didn't seem like it was working. Yeah, the physics are.
Yeah, her
working.
physics obviously works.
Yeah, so I will need to fix all the physics and all the bones. And
Oh,
stuff.
one more thing. Get rid of these bells. I don't like the bells. I get rid of them on every chance I get, so get rid of the bells.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
If you want, actually, you could put the cassette earrings on the like where the bells were to make them more visible. Could do that.
Or you can also hang them like off the sides of the ears too.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sort
So I know
of.
Rumble didn't want the animal ears. I could be misremembering, but last I remember, she didn't want the animal ears. So, because that was something I was thinking about, was just putting them on there, but I don't think she wanted them, so I put it on the actual ear.
Well, I don't mind the fox ears, but I don't like the bunny ears. I always get rid of the bunny ears. But if you get the Venator stuff working, I would like the cat ears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could do that.
I would like the cat or bunny ears.
Yeah,
And that makes me a cat boy. I have no shame.
I just have to essentially just remake the toggles like I did for the parka jacket and dress. So,
Alrighty.
which that only took me like.
What are the
30
options? It's
minutes.
antlers. It was antlers, cat, I think dog, and bunny, wasn't it?
It was fox, deer, cow, cat, and there's a fifth one. Hold on, I can make this very simple. We just hop into
So it was
Oh.
fox, cat, antlers, so deer.
fox, cat, cow, deer, rabbit.
Rabbit, so bunny, right. So there's no dog, but it's a cow instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which
Alrighty.
well, since you
But-
only want the cat
Yeah.
one, I can just remove the other four, and then just make it its own
Yeah.
standalone thing.
I like the antlers, but let's be honest, people are gonna start calling me additive if I leave the antlers on, so maybe it's better to keep them off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which actually will make it a lot cleaner, especially in how it is in the Unity side, how the hierarchy and all the stuff is laid out. It'll make it look a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it's taken up by each different animal type. That's where a majority of it being so
Yeah.
big. But yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, one more thing. The tail. Color it black. Color the tail black.
Of course. Well,
I forgot about the tail. I just realized
The
it.
ears and tail are part of the hair texture. So they're literally whatever color
Okay.
I color it goes to that. Technically, I could change the color by
Alright.
putting a different color there, but I don't need to. Just
Yeah. Yeah.
so we got black hair, purple eyes,
Yeah.
Decepticon insignia, Catboy for the Venator, and then what
Yeah.
and then putting your name on the sleeves.
Names.
Yep, on both jackets.
Yep.
Because might as well. That way you can interchange and not really lose too much personal detail.
Yep.
So yeah.
And if you want to make it even more egotistical, you can have it on the Jeppo too. That's your choice though.
Yeah.
If you want to make me even more egotistical.
See, that's why I know because you can see yours is flowing around.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just turn it off. You can see how your jacket's all flowy.
Yeah.
That's another
Yeah, it doesn't.
thing that
It's completely still.
So
Yeah, it
don't
looks
know-
like it got cummed all over.
Bone.
I don't know what caused it at all. I have no idea what. Because I didn't mess with the bones. I just.
Oh, does it normally have physics?
It's supposed to. By default, it's supposed to have physics. But. I will.
Oh, Rose said something different than mine. What did this say?
Yeah, yours has
Can't fucking read it.
caution warning. Yours has caution warning. Mine just says caution. They just added another word to it.
Oh, okay.
So. But yeah.
Alrighty.
And more than likely, it's just.
Is Rumble already done?
No, it was more I was messing with yours first just to get the toggle stuff done.
Okay.
Since I would have
To
something
get,
to
to
base
get the
off
bug
of.
out the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Rumbles, there's
Fair
no
enough.
predetermined toggles in it, so I actually have to go in and make every toggle for what she wants. That I have to do.
Alrighty.
Which is fine. Bio, how dare you throw an anvil at me? Rat.
Hi. But for now, you can do Shattered Glass Soundwave later. Let's just do normal Soundwave for now.
Yep. Well,
So don't worry
get
about Shattered
all
Glass.
We'll get yours, mine, and Rumble's all done, and then any extra stuff we'll do after that. Once those 3 are completely done.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But remember, Rumble goes first.
Yes, I know.
I will let you go last, because my... yeah. I will let you go last.
I just want to make sure to get all the any other kinks out first dealt with, because I had a feeling yours was going to be a bit more
Yes.
difficult just because it had predetermined stuff. So, yeah. All right. So now that we got this all situated, I will get back talking with Rumble when I can and getting it all set up. Because I know she wanted like dark brown hair with like a jade green eyes. I was going to do multicolored eyes, cause why not? Do it like multicolored as in like 2 different shades of green. So like one was going to be like a jade green, like the mineral jade, and then the other one's going to be more like shattered glass. Well, stage dive, which I know he's his own standalone character, but he's essentially Shattered Glass, Rumble, and Frenzy. Okay? No matter how many times Jurassic tells me, I don't care. He may be his own character, but he's basically just the Shattered Glass version. Because he was a crowd cameo. He just filled in space during the Shattered Glass comics. That was his only use. He had no other purpose in life. Yeah. Now, what to do for stream though? That's the next question. We'll switch.
I don't know, but I'm sure you will figure it out. I must go now.
Yes, I know. I'm tall. I will eventually make this the default height because right now it's still using the avatar height slider.
Bye. Boop. What do I mean?
The rat bastard. See here. So I was having fun at Desert Air Base in a public for the hell of it, because I was
But-
just, I
yeah,
want
you
fly
didn't-
F-15s. Yeah, I never got to.
I just uploaded.
You got some very flowy titties. I ain't gonna lie, you got some very flowy titties.
I know. I noticed that when I was in here. It's like, wait a minute.
Like,
I gotta fix. Yeah.
yeah.
For this
You and I
free
both.
avatar.
You and I both. We get to work on physics on avatars. Hooray!
You got toggle.
It reminds me of Owie's switch between
The
furry
God
and-
Runner.
Yeah, Owie Huskies fucking
Mm-hmm.
switch between them two. That's what it reminds me of because it's very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar style.
Well, this
I
is
guess
the
I should say.
PC version. The other one I was in was the Quest. I
Oh
uploaded
yeah, that's
it
going to be the
twice.
fun part.
Once
Is
for PC and
setting
once
up the
for
quest
Quest.
side for them. Oh.
Yeah.
And that's why I
The nice
wanted
thing
to make
about
sure I
this
get all the
avatar,
designs done, details dealt with, because then I just have to use the quest tools, flip it over.
mhm.
Jurassic, every time you try to join me, and for some reason it just doesn't work. I don't know what his deal is, but he requested to join. This happened last night too. Okay, I was kind of hanging out and then talking Avatar stuff with Bio, and then I was
Yeah.
talking with Yeet as well, and then me and Bio's Yeet got off to go to bed because he still has school. So, and I was talking about how I was reminded, some of Yeet's actions was reminding me of the one of Fat Electrician's videos. It's a tank!
Yeah, it is.
We can make the meme. It's a tank! Oh shit!
Oh wow.
Hey, sup, guy? Hey, Drake. Hey, Raichu. Aw. Ah! Ow! You shot me in the titties. What the fuck? Oh, yeah.
God, I hope you weren't fucking streaming.
I don't know. Hey, chat. Am I streaming right now?
Oh, I see.
What good news? Which good news, Raichu?
Something about a tank burrow aiming at someone is disturbing.
I was
I mean, for the ones he's aiming at, not for the tank itself.
I was trying to make the joke of, you know, that Battlefield like clip that's is he's looking around a corner and then he pulls out the like binoculars and he just a tank happens to roll around the corner. So the game says it's a tank, and the tank immediately shoots him in the face. Do you not know that clip?
No. Also, I can control this thing with my head or my hand.
Yeah. Oh, what's
Does this hand
Sepgut
control?
and Cools do? What's Sepgut and Cools do? What is this good news between Sepgut and Leg? I do not feel like eating gun barrel today. Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck? I got shot across them.
I know, I was about to say, wait, which one of us lagged? Oh! Congratulations, Sepgut. That means you can, if you see Leg, you hop on with me, you can hop on with him and we can talk.
Ah.
Yeah.
Grenade.
Death to bullets or death to bomb?
Death to titties.
Yeah. Death to titties. I would say death by snoo.
No, I'm very specific. Death by titties.
You wouldn't want to get sat on.
No, I'd rather die by cuddling.
Suffocation. Ah, you like that. You know me, I'm not too much into the furry, scaly side of the internet. In that way.
Blast them!
I can just do this.
Of course mine's going to cost a lot. It's one, a reference to my character, and two, I'm making it worthwhile. I'm not allowed to deny all these facts you keep yelling at me. For a year, that's worthwhile, right? Alright. I hope you do.
showed you this Abby already.
I hope you do hop in VR Winter.
Oh yeah, I
I
have.
like to hang out with you. Hell yeah, got some good old Jack Daniels, quality Tennessee.
Yeah.
I haven't had Jack Daniels in. Wait, I can't say that because technically, what I was about to say would be technically illegal. So I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, I was still shove it down your throat. Come here.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
old enough now. Ah.
I can't seem to. There you go. Wait. There you go.
Hooray!
You too now.
We all get drunk together. Hell yeah. Wow. Why the fuck are you the Cheshire Cat? The fuck? Why are you just a floating pair of eyes?
Wait, can I? Wait, I'm adjusting my height just to
You're just a
Trying to
pair of
fit
eyes
your-
and a giant bottle of whiskey.
The whiskey has eyes.
When you truly get drunk off your ass.
Honestly, can I become your eyes? Hold on.
Oh no. Let's get a little closer to the mirror. That way, it's going to be a bit more noticeable. Oh no! Dang.
I gotta take a picture of this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. After stream, I'm going to send you a section of my last stream. So you're going to like it because you know we streamed me and Trank going after you as Godzilla. And,
Oh yeah.
I will.
Oh
send it
yeah. How
to
you thought about it?
It was fun. I was kind of quote unquote role playing with Trank, but kind of just like, shit, Kennedy! Ah!
Yo.
To just buzz your head multiple times with fucking Gatling cannons.
As I
and
try
all
to
that.
shoot y'all down.
Yeah. Yes, what's up, guys?
I do know is when I do land a hit, y'all actually went down.
Yeah, for the most part, I was doing my best to keep it, you know, quote unquote realistic. What is this up, guy? What? Don't.
Fear Petra.
Tiny.
Fear Petra.
Ah, okay, I see. Alright, well, every damn time I go. Ah! I keep forgetting to preemptively pull out the timer. So yeah,
I
That's
shall
what's good.
cover this place in string. Hey yo.
bring out Fuyu. Don't worry, I do plan on. Oh, it's Cheshire Cat. I don't think Jurassic can see that little effect.
I can't
don't
see
think so.
Frank at all.
Well, right now he's just a pair of eyes and a mouth. Up there he is.
Man, I
I can just go
Ruder.
make my body disappear.
Me make the dog be taller than me. Fine, hold on. We'll put this at IRL height. Fuck you. Hi, Noah. I don't know what cutie you're talking about. I don't see no cutie here. I see a cat and a funky looking dog. It's a goddamn dinosaur.
Can you hear the sound effects?
Oh no, they're just really quiet. Hold
Yeah.
on. Well, I had to turn up my avatar sounds to hear it, but yeah. Jesus Christ. Technically, it wouldn't be Vinny who's shorter than the dog. It would be Fuyu. They're separate characters.
What's the dog doing?
I don't know, but he's being taller than me, and he's barking like he's electrified. Oh cool, you can come with us to Desert Air Base. Nope, I don't want to make that. I don't have control of that. I want to make this. I want to fly some more F-15s. No, don't you fucking dare zap me. What the hell? Yeah, no, you gotta pay 228,900,000 belly to get me to agree to these facts you keep telling me are true. These so-called facts. Yes, you need the bounty. You need to be able to buy that bounty. It's the Decepticon jets! It's the Decepticon jets! Let's go! A bit. It is a point redeem. Look in there. It's at the very bottom because it's the most expensive.
I might be a giant monster again.
Oh, cool. The Decepticons can take you down. Because I'm in an F-15, which is what their jet mode is based off of in the 80s.
Be a flying one. We test out the flying first. Yeah, it works.
The only downside is as soon as he leaves that area, we can't talk to him. It's essentially the ship post meet. It's the ship post. Hey, how dare you? Oh shit! We got some flying dinosaur. What the hell? All right, that's the timer. We're gonna land. I realized I never put my gears and put up my flaps, so we'll just quickly Trent, I think Trent forgot how to fly. Alright, we need to switch Aussies. I know. I do plan on adding more redeems, but those are the ones I wanted to get in first. Because I already had those ideas. Boy?
There we go.
Fucking drifted the plane. take out that flying bug. These skies belong to the U.S. Air Force. I don't remember saying you had clearance to fly. Turn off the flight limits. Where'd he go? I've lost visual.
I don't know.
Oh, he's above me. Oh shit, it's about to try and melt my armor. Oh, I'm stalling. It's weird. I mean, this is how I fought dragons in the Minecraft server. I just zip around at the speed of sound like, sup, fucker? No. Take a few pot shots at it and fly off. There he is. What? Oh, I'm out of ammo. I had no idea. Oh. Almost rated out. Almost did a red out. Why would I dive bomb when I can easily just get more ammo just by driving on the runway? Taxiing on the runway. Militaries around the world wish it was this easy to reload to rearm an aircraft. Alright, flaps and gears has been disengaged. Let's go! Yeehaw! Oh shit! Yeah, just touch down at the base, reload, and you're good to go. Ooh, I know what we can go in. I know what to have some more fun. There's a little pretty little plane now. A lot of people gonna recognize. It's called a Warthog. I know those of you who aren't subbed can't see this right now. Let's play in the Warthog. We'll listen to the sound of its people here in a bit. I mean, I've been in a C-130 the Hercules before in real life. I want to be in a Warthog, but you know, it feels kind of cramped. Oh shit, it's a new bug! I repeat, we have a new bug in the airspace. Oh! Turn too quickly. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Pull up! Come on. You can pull up. Come on. There we go, Warthog. Exactly. Just like how every fucking space movie ever goes. Just a random guy hops into a jet and somehow knows how to fly. And then they come out later and it's just like, hey, you know why he was able to fly? Oh, it's because he was actually a pilot fucking centuries ago. Like, the fuck? Don't retcon your story like that. Yo, the shield has actual gliders! Oh my god, that's cool! Hold on! Jurassic! That thing has actual colliders. Your shield has actual colliders. We actually can fly into it and die. Yo. So I can actually see if I hit him square in the face with a fucking bomb. Alright, bring out the work. Oh, I missed it. The world. Fuck, actually, taxiing. We're getting right up in the air now that I know his shield actually has legit colliders. That even the plane interacts with. So if you try to, kamikaze into him, you will actually kamikaze into him. You will kill yourself. I'm stalling. Alright, point the nose down. Fucking tugboat. Let's get a move on. Oh, he's not letting you through, Trank. He's not letting you get close.
I see that.
Don't worry, I got my way.
In the barracks.
Don't worry. I'm on my way. Can't catch me, motherfucker. Yes! It's called immersion, alright, Subgut? It's called immersion. I'm out of bombs. Well, where the hell is he on? You never realize how slow a plane is until you fly it. Like, I know this, like, I know it's VR chat and you can't actually go the actual speed Because if that were the case, the fucking F-15 would be zipping across the entire map within seconds. Because it can go Mach 2.5. But that's how games usually make their worlds when they have vehicles. The way they do it is, alright, it's going to feel big, but we don't want it to make it too big. He doesn't show up on the radar. I can't lock onto him. Like, or, well, of course I can't lock onto him. It's not coded like that. But I mean, like the air-to-ground missiles, it doesn't see them on the camera. Weird. We're saving the Burt. Oh god, he's flying. Oh god! Yeah! All right. Ah, yes. How to avoid lasers. Double barrel roll.
Yo.
Surprisingly, that's actually somewhat useful because, you know, unless you know how to aim for the center of mass, which even then the center of mass of the plane is rolling around, so you have to roll with it.
Yeah.
Why it's actually good. Oh! Well, yeah. You gotta aim for the center of things. But the center of a plane is slightly lower than the top of the very top part. Oh, I have rocket pod? I didn't realize I had a rocket pod. Well, now I know I have a rocket pod. We're gonna have fun with the rocket pod. Afterburners, go. We need more speed. I'm kidding. There's no afterburners on this damn thing. It's a turbine. It's turbine driven. And ammunitions! That one passed, I used fucking 30 of my rocket pod. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? I forgot to set this. There we go. Now people can join us. Huh? Stop beeping at me. I know this is not a good idea. munitions. Unless you want to be a target. Hey, I'm always down to help out a friend, but don't expect me to always be doing work. Hey, Trank, you feel like being a target for a second? I just want to use up my... I want to truly use up all my munitions. So, come here. Come on. Lock on.
I don't even know where you are.
Have fun. I don't know how to fix a car. That's what my dad does. He's a mechanic, not me.
Wow.
It was off on your right. If you literally look right
Yeah,
and then look kind of down, you would have found me.
Well, I have name tags turned off, so as soon as I pulled up the menu, it's like, oh, there he is.
Not me. Where'd Jurassic go? Oh, he's over there. Well. Sup, guy? You said you wanted me to fly into him. Well, here I go.
And kaboom.
No. That was almost perfectly timed. I am so proud of that. That was so close to being perfectly timed. He
Wow.
almost shoved that down my throat. Alright. There's other planes we can play with, too.
I was trying to figure out how to get the speed up on how you do it.
Oh, the full speed? It's T, afterburner.
Yeah. Oh no, when you're moving outside the plane.
Oh, when I'm flying around and running?
Yeah.
F. Hold down F. Whatever direction your hand
Okay.
is facing, or in desktops, it's whatever direction you're facing. It is... Woo. Alright, let's bring out the F-16. Let's see, we got bombs and airs. Got it. Oh, there's a bombing camera and then there's also a bombing reticle. Got it. Yeah, I can break a Nokia. Just give me a grinder. A grinder or sander. Oh god. I hit the missile silo. Yo, that would be cool. Where's my munitions loadout? I don't see my I don't see my munitions loadout. I guess it's one of those that you can't really see yourself on desktop anyways. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. We're fine. We're fine. about the sudden reddening and darkening of the screen? That is just me doing a red out and a blackout.
It gets annoying.
Yeah. Ooh! I could not. Okay, you are putting way too much power. You are giving me too much credit, Subnut. Lord Rimuru is too powerful.
There's a season 3.
I know, but Crunchyroll has it behind its paywall, so I got pirated.
Same. I'm actually rewatching the season 2 right now.
Hell yeah. I've already read the manga, so I already know where it's going, but like... I'm out of munitions again. Don't you dare put all your problems on me, alright? I swear to God. Hey, yo, Jurassic! Catch! No, we're gonna chalk that down to American engineering. Cause what I was just flying was the F-16. The minimum requirement of G-forces you have to be able to take to fly an F-16 is 10 Gs. And if you don't know what that is, that's 10 times gravity. If you cannot withstand 10 times gravity, you are not allowed to fly the F-16. That is the minimum requirement. If I am remembering correctly. Because I know the F-16 had a minimum requirement of G-forces you have to take. We gotta take out the Nether Quartz monster, alright? Alright. I'll probably hop off to grab some dinner here in a bit as well. Jesus! Whoa! Whoa! Because I only have the gun on this one. This one only has the gun. Oh! Oh! Damn, this thing's too damn powerful for its own good. Break the sound barrier right by his ears. Break it. Make him lose his hearing. Oh shit! Whoa! That's really all the planes that they have in this world. This one is literally built more for dogfights than kind of flying. Whee! What? Oh, I can't grab it. I want to play with the nuke tube. Son of a bitch. Perhaps there's some setting I need to hit. I want to play with the nuke tube. Give me my goddamn nuke tube. Wait, they're balloons?
Huh?
I was just looking in the updates and changelog to see if I could see it. They mention anything about that rocket launcher on the roof. There's a apparently balloons. There's balloons, and there's nothing saying that it's been removed. Going to what is that it? That looks off. We need to check. Our balloons, go! Red out! All the blood has rushed through my head. Ouch! Oh, you went to the other airbase. I see.
Yep.
Come on, we can take out Godzilla. It's Spacezilla. blacked out. I couldn't see where I was going. Whee! Ugh. Oh, it's ad time. Now I'm home. Oh, he's lost his shoulder crystals. I think he's down. I think we've won. I have no idea. I don't know the lore of Godzilla and stuff. I've already used up all my gun again. Yeah, the F-15 does not really have many bullets. It's mostly for... most of it doesn't have as many bullets because it's too fast. It's still one of the fastest planes on Earth. Oh, ouch. How'd he go? Oh, he's right above me! What are you doing up there? Back down on the ground. Nope, I'm not gonna pull up. Ah, punk. Do it. Avatar, do I have anything? Fuck it. I am so much slower. Sup?
Hi.
I am so much slower as this.
Hey.
I'm trying to get close enough so I can hear your voice clear. There we go. Now I can hear your voice.
How was the fight?
I don't know, I used every single plane we
you got
had. I used the Warhawk, I used
Well,
the
you
F-15,
broke
I
my
used the F-16.
crystals.
I was right! I was right.
Like I was gonna say, next time y'all bomb me, I mean, my crystals are gonna break, but y'all never end up bombing me. So
Because we weren't using bombs. The only one that has bombs is the Warthog, but it's super slow. That's a fucking tugboat. It drives like a tugboat.
this is a good avatar.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all basically used every plane just to defeat me.
Yes. We used the F-15. We
Well,
used the
y'all
MiGs.
did, because that was my grand finale, me just falling down to my death.
I was just yelling at you.
You
Get
shot
back
me
on
up
the
the
ground
air.
where you go. Get
It
back
shot
on the
me
ground
out
where
in
you
the
belong.
air, and I fell to my death.
It's
That's
so
what you said?
interesting. Yeah, I was literally yelling at you, get back on the ground where you belong, as I was diving down towards you, full gun. Other thing is, I
We
don't know if
wanna
you realize,
fight,
but
we
your
could,
shield
but-
is your shield. It actually has a physical collider. It actually collides with stuff. So when we crashed into it, it actually crashed us. Yeah, yeah. That has a physical collider with a plane.
This crystal shield?
Yeah. that
Actually,
had-
no, it's more of a diamond shield, I'm gonna be honest. Actually, no, it's called a photon. Eh.
Yeah. Which is weird. We don't collide with it, but the planes did. And because when I flew into you when you were max size, I was just dying whenever you pulled that up. It instantly killed me because I would crash into you.
Y'all see the shield, y'all went, oh shit.
Mm-hmm. I need to get more tea.
Thing is, the reason why I like having my hand out while trying to fight y'all is because the amount of fucking shit this avatar has.
That's fine. I'd like to think that it was just you trying to swat us down like we're flies. Like,
Oh yeah, I
God,
was trying to
fucking
swallow
fly.
this you
Like,
fucking.
fucking flies. Get the fuck out of my face. Bastard. Right, I will be back. I gotta get more drink. I think I got some tea left, but
I heard the word Gaian.
entertain my chat.
Also, if you know your Godzillas, you know who. Pretty big as well. Yeah, if y'all want to keep fighting, I could if I wanted to. I got my contacts.
I'll see what Vincent does when he comes back, but I know I need to pop off real quick to make dinner soon.
I see. Also,
I'll wait
if
for
that
Vincent to
force
get
field
back.
worked, how would this work?
Oh, like it doesn't interact with us, but it might interact with the planes and that.
Also, he has his theme song.
There you go.
Boom.
Wow. Well, that has a glider, it looks like.
No, I tweaked it. Also, this is it does not have colliders in 90s, but it has colliders on structures or parts of the map. Hooks. Oh shit, and it goes for miles.
Oh, wow.
It goes for miles. It doesn't have an end. It doesn't have an end. I'm already connected to a fucking mountain. Like,
Well, now you can pull down the moon.
oh wait, I think it does have colliders. Still going.
Yeah. It'd be actually kind of
Yeah.
cool if you can hook onto the plane and pull it down.
I want to see, can I work with the plane? Hold on, where's the plane? Can't see the front planes.
I think this.
Huh? Whee!
Like it's actually ripping and tearing.
Okay.
Oh, look. Hey, Vince.
Hi. You having
This is
fun
another
destroying
one
the
of the-
15s?
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's try to
that's
see will it grapple onto there.
I mean, it's a Decepticon jet. That's what the Decepticon jets are.
I mean, I
Seekers.
tried grappling onto it. It phased right through it.
Oh.
I can only grapple to like part of the map.
Yeah. But the grapples can go on forever.
I see that.
Like shit, like they can keep going.
Yep. It's still going. I think it reached the mountain.
Still going?
No, I
It's
think it
reached
finally
the
hit the
mountain?
mountain. Yep.
You saw a little spark.
No, I just can't see it anymore because it became so tiny of pixels. The pixels became so tiny, I can't see them anymore.
Oh yeah, unlike the other monster, this one has its own theme song. I feel like this will be copyright, so I'm gonna turn this off.
Slug got mad hops. Look at this shit.
Shit. Also, this is also a flying monster, so if you do want to go again, this will be fun.
Let's go to another flying map. Let's have let's put some extra variety into this if we're going to keep going around
Well,
slaughtering each other.
Also, hey Vince.
So you guys do that. I'm gonna hop off and go make dinner.
Vince,
Okay.
I gotta show you something. You
Get
thought
back
the
on.
last force field was
But
bad,
I'm gonna
right?
go make dinner real quick.
Yeah.
Pop.
The last force field was bad. Well, look at this one.
Hold on. We gotta check this. Come on. Oh, I can't get in. It won't let me in because I'm too big. Hold on. I'm too big. Oh,
That's impenetrable.
wait.
That's
That
impenetrable.
makes me wonder. Hold on, I gotta get smaller if I'm gonna use this. Welcome back, Stuff Guy.
That's not a giant monster.
No, this goes right through.
So would you like a hug? Would you like a hug?
Yeah. You've been impaled.
Really? Stab. Oh, I can make this could be more brutal. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, so now I know my force field is impenetrable.
It's also
Yes,
very
I can
loud.
stop this. I can.
Hold on, let me turn down the avatar sounds.
I mean, it's supposed to be giant, so
Yeah, but still doesn't sound. Anyways.
it's supposed to be an accurate size Gigan.
Mhm.
So like that Space Godzilla is supposed to be like its like accurate height or some sort
Well, since
compared to like a 1 meter
rank
person.
is off for the moment, why don't we just kind of do some world hopping? Let's do some world exploring. See what we got for worlds to check out.
Yeah. Yeah.
See here.
I turned off my theme song just cause well the chance of copyright.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I also have this Wait, let me check my
You know
ad to
what
see if I'll lose any. No. I also have this big boy who can attack from all directions.
Well, of course I can.
You remember? You know this one, eh?
It's Mechagodzilla, isn't it? One of the
Yep.
mechas?
Show up, Mechagodzilla.
Yeah.
You want to see what I mean to get attacked from all angles?
Oh god.
Even worse.
When you have a math test and you didn't study.
Force field.
Hold on. We have to do the test. We have to. Ah! We have to do the test, alright? We gotta check and see if it's impenetrable. However, I ain't going down without a fight! My god!
Yeah, works like a try.
What the
Also,
Oh my god.
I can just fly around with the force field on.
It looks like it's just a tube. So if you go from underneath or above, you can attack.
Yeah. Well, he can actually shoot through his own shield.
Well, I'm saying for enemies. Those attacking you.
Oh,
That's
enemies from above and yeah.
not- yeah. I figured you could shoot through your
Also-
own shield. That's usually how it goes. Shields are usually one
Yeah,
way.
like you can do it like how that's how energy shields go in like video games and movies.
Yeah,
Like,
they're one way.
oh, you can't hit me, but I can hit you back.
Yeah, they're one way.
Also, this thing can attack from its kneecaps and its fingers. You want to see?
I'm waiting. Oh my god, it's got knee rockets.
His fingers are missiles, by the way. Oh, this is grip, so like this is manual shoots. What's worse is I can make it automatic. Make this automatic.
Oh my god.
And the explosions are big for when he's big. Hold on.
Oh, so they do have some things that get properly scaled. So it's good to know that some particles do get properly scaled with avatar scaling. That's good to know.
Of course, this is called land. Basically, when I like jump up and then. Sadly, I gotta manually trigger it, so.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, let's see. New and...
And there's this one thing called All Out Attack, which fires every fucking thing at once.
Oh, good lord.
Let me try to test this shit out.
I can't go for the shins. His shins have missiles. You see? His shins also shoot out rockets and missiles. I can't go for the shins. Also, I see a world that seems.
I bet
pretty
this would be a
stupid.
pain.
I see something that seems pretty stupid. For
What?
a world. Hold.
Ad shoot. Alright.
Mobile game ads. Let's go. Oh, it's Mecha Godzilla. Last I checked, that means he's cyborg. He don't have a heart. He's mechanical. Oh my god. Oh no, it doesn't seem like it's made for desktop. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh.
Hold on,
Oh
I'm
my
checking.
god, it is. It's just like a fucking mobile game ad. Oh, that is amazing.
Are you serious?
Yes. So it's like those stupid mobile game ads. They're like, oh, you just start shooting down the line and you start taking out stuff and you get more stuff.
God damn. Hold on.
Oh my god, but you're so slow for it though. Oh my god. Don't let too much stuff get through. Oh my god. It is just a mobile game ad as a world. That's amazing. Oh, that's so stupid. The only other downside is it's fucking in Japanese and I can't read Japanese. A fucking rocket launcher too.
Oh my god, it is. Oh dear god, I see the boss.
Oh wait, there's a boss? I haven't even gotten that far.
The boss
oh god.
is the big one. Damn.
No, I got
I'm in
divided
first
by
place
two.
apparently.
I got hit by divided by 2. No. God, I suck at this.
Tell me when you see the boss.
I'm doing my best.
It's gonna be a
No! Shit,
It's
I
gonna be
couldn't
a-
get a
it's gonna be a
divide by
big
2.
it's gonna be a big motherfucker.
Oh my god, I can't get it! No, no! I literally lost all my bullets because I got hit with a minus 37. I couldn't shoot anymore. They need to just up the speed. You're not fast enough. At least for desktop.
I don't know, that's slow for me as well.
Oh my god. Oh. No, they didn't get through. The fuck you mean?
You didn't get to the boss?
I don't. Hold on. Okay, I don't get it. I don't know what I'm. I don't know how much more I can shoot. I can't shoot any faster, game. God, this is such a shitty mobile game. I hate this mobile game, man.
Man, fuck this.
Man, I hate this
for
fucking
this
mobile
shit.
game. No, don't divide me by 2. No! Oh my god, now I am being stubborn now. I'm just being
You got
stubborn.
this.
I'm just being stubborn now. No, I didn't. Oh my god. The thing I hate is that you let through 5, but then they put like 3 of them together, and you don't have enough firepower to get all of them at the very start. So then you don't really have 5 lives. You have only like 1 or 2.
Damn. That shit, bro.
Nah. Oh great! I just lost all my bullets again.
I think it's the boss is at the very end. It's you recognize the boss.
My god. Oh
Do you see the boss? Or
no!
Or you failed.
I failed again.
Oh my god! I can use my tank's gun.
Really? Wait. Hold on. I'm going to put pause on your redeem subgut. Hold on. If that's the case, more than likely, oh my god, yes. It's inaccurate as shit, but it's fast. Okay, wait, no, I have Starscream. I can shoot faster with Starscream.
The boss is the biggest one.
The only downside is, I gotta reload. Oh my god, how fast are these fuckers? Why are they so fast all of a sudden? The fuck? No, I can't use Starscream. His reload takes too damn long. I gotta have an avatar with a full auto gun. Don't you?
Damn, I got.
Oh, but doesn't count. No, this one has the full auto gun, but it doesn't count. It doesn't register. Fuck, I've gotta have. I seriously not have any other avatar with like full auto gun. I don't. I know I need more accuracy. That's the biggest issue. I don't have enough accuracy. I don't have anything that shoots like a constant. Wait, maybe I can use this. You won't be able to see it, sadly, but I might be able to use this. Oh yeah, I have to reset how it looks.
7,180.
Oh no, it's...
Damn, I'm that good.
Okay. Then we go here, we go air support. AC-130. No, turn it on. Tablet.
Oh, and Promise wants to join me.
Oh, that's fine.
Fuck, he's so tiny.
Sorry, I had to listen to that solo. Hello.
I promise. Hold on. I'm currently
Hey.
failing at life. What the fuck? Yes, you saw a Cyberpunk Rimuru.
What you do?
I have a
What you up
Cyberpunk
to?
Rimuru. It's
I
very low
want
quality.
to
That's
surprise everyone else. I will let you guys know I'm coming back.
Hell yeah!
Oh, alright.
But I want to surprise everyone by making like a meeting tomorrow, or not, maybe not tomorrow, Friday or something. Or maybe
Well,
tonight.
you know Vince always tells. Vince is a cop. Is a telltale here.
The fuck you mean?
That's why I say. That's why I'm
I
saying
know you
we can
always
make him
telling Yeet shit.
gather as much.
Yeah, I tell
want
Yeet, and Yeet also
either
keeps his
tonight-
mouth shut.
Oh, okay.
either right now, either
But still,
either right
the fact
now,
of the matter.
But it's
either in
freaking
10 minutes.
Yeet.
True. You got a fair point.
Jurassic. If you two could make an announce at a meeting either in 10 minutes or we either do it Friday, I would like to do it now just so I can get over with.
I can't do it now.
But why?
It's gonna get off.
Still got.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it because I'm working right now. I'm streaming.
Also, this
Okay.
weekend there's an event planned.
I'm live on Twitch right now.
Oh.
What do you mean why sup
Okay.
guy? What do you mean? It's amazing. Look at this.
I would do it tomorrow. I would do it tomorrow, but I have a
literally
friend coming
has
over to help
nothing.
put in some new stuff into my PC.
It has
Alright.
the only thing it has is.
Well,
Go
lately
Logo.
I've been getting in touch with kaiju avatar creators.
Nice.
I already got in touch with literally the well-known creators of Transformer avatars. Might as well continue.
I can push to doing that.
What?
I kind of made you talk more. especially
True.
towards
I'm
creators.
starting to talk more to people.
Ooh,
But
wait,
yep,
I just had
I'm
an
coming
idea.
back.
What if I used? Where is it? What if I use this?
Like I want to make the way I want to do the way I wanted to like surprise them. Like you guys say there's an important meeting, and I'm already in the world, but they don't know I'm in it, and I just come out of nowhere and like I'm back.
You gotta join the world first for them not to know you're there.
That's usually how
That's
it
what I'm
goes.
saying.
Up, guy. You fall asleep in the R chat. Your avatar just gets covered up in pillows. That's how it goes.
Actually,
Sorry.
we could maybe do it. We could maybe do it tomorrow if we can do it before my friend gets here tomorrow.
Oh, that doesn't
I'll
count
probably
too.
do it
What are you guys
tomorrow.
doing
When I get home, I'll do a meeting.
What time?
I'll announce a meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Tomorrow
Good.
I got
Okay,
D&D.
Oh, then I can't
That's
do it.
fine.
We can't do it tomorrow because Vincent is
Well, he doesn't. Not everyone has to be there. I just need one of you guys to be there to start it. Since he already knows, he knows now. So
You're most likely going to tell Yeet.
Yeah, probably.
Damn it.
What's wrong with me telling Yeet? It's Yeet!
You got a fair
Oh.
point, but but it's still
Well.
a fact of the matter.
But dude, I think you can still start it tomorrow, and it'll be just you and me until people start showing up. I'll hide in the background once we start see people show up, and then once
If they ever actually
you decide.
which I highly doubt they will actually, because there will be. They'll say the incident had 2 people in it, but
Yeah.
if anyone asks, which probably
It's
Well,
not like
it's
they
not
don't
that-
know who's in it.
just say that someone was here but they left.
Yeah, and it's just a glitch. Damn you, Subgut.
The glitch in the matrix.
A glitch in the system.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot. Pun.
What the hell? Things are breaking on my computer again. What the fuck?
I hope people aren't that smart to ruin surprise if they were to look out if they were wanting to check on me and stuff like some people have been. They'll read my freaking status or whatever in Discord.
I mean, yeah. That's why I leave my
I know you've been
status
going
as
to a bar lately, so would you like a Jack Daniels? Hold on.
No, because if you look at my status now, it says I am Primus, the leader of the Transformers multi-universe server. That's what I'm saying. I hope everyone's not smart enough to actually want to keep checking on me and see that I'm back.
I feel like I'm the only one who's been checking on you, man.
Oh, I've had others too. Like for example, I gotta go back on my phone. You have here. Where is he?
Just calm down and take a sip of Jack Daniels.
Okay. Get to me. Where did he go? No, Mr. Puzzle.
Dollar Store Starscream. Or Dollar Store
So
Seeker.
I don't remember
Yes.
who Mr. Puzzle
my
Puzzles is.
gun doesn't work
But-
either. No!
He's been checking up on me. He said, like, it first started by saying, "You alright? Look, I've witnessed many people commit suicide, and trust me, it's not the way out. Try to seek therapy and try to get help. Death is not the answer. Don't force your thoughts to the dark and horrid. Being like this
Bitch,
can
I'm a
fuck you
therapist.
over.
I'm the guy who checks on you. What
Don't
the fuck?
seek death, seek happiness. Don't waste your life being like this. There can be a second chance, dude. Seek help. Have someone to talk to, so you can be free from this madness. Are you still the owner of the Transformer server?" And that's when I said no. I'm taking a long break to fix myself. Oh, okay. I hope you can feel better soon.
I am the owner. And now I'm going
And
to lose my
then-
owner privileges. God damn, I even changed myself to King Jaws. Damn.
And then some person by the name of Bumblebee, LOL. I forgot who that was. Who that is? There's so many Bumblebees in the server, so I don't know which one this one is.
Bumblebee. Bumblebee juice. God dick.
Your average
Anyways.
Transformers fan. Oh. And I had who's this? Oh, not you.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Not
That's
sure.
so many people talking to
Not
me.
sure what be. I'm not sure about Yeet though. Hey. Yeah.
What?
Oh, I gotta get off.
Okay.
I'm a. Oh, there you go. See you boys. Good to hear that you're returning, Primus.
Of course.
I will get this.
Oh. What's her name? What's her name? She's in our server. She, was once called Crispy Pizza. She kept checking on me.
Huh.
Do you know that Crispy, I guess, I don't know, not anymore or anything, but she's been having a crush on me for the longest time.
How lucky you.
Like, for example, I do wish you well on your future endeavors, and whoever takes charge will never match your leadership.
Jesus.
What else?
Alright, Subgut, you have good rest. Get good sleeps.
Oh, most of the time she, I guess, really tries to compliment me when we were talking in person. Like, if during all those moments we had those, like, issues with the commander and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
She'd be like, mentioned how she's like, who could never not pay attention to a voice like yours or anything. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, stop. But yeah, I am back.
Oh, yeah.
I can't do anything in the server until we get that meeting.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you noticed, if you've been paying attention, but I currently trying to get my account back on Discord. I'm using a second account.
I did not know.
Yeah, my computer
happened?
got a virus that fucked its boot drive, so I had to wipe my entire drives. So I lost everything, including my backup codes to my account for
Damn.
two-factor authentication.
That sucks.
I have
Yeah,
one way to
sucks,
get it,
man.
but I need to get my tablet fixed. Because it's the only thing I've got that still has Discord signed in.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I've been working on
Glad
getting
I
all my
haven't had
stuff
that yet.
back. Getting
I'm glad that hasn't
avatars
happened to my
done.
PC.
I'm actually making
I'm getting.
Rumble and Geek their own avatars right now. Custom avatars for attending.
Nice.
So I felt like I had fun.
Nice. For the PC, I'm getting a new two DDR RAM sticks and a new CPU for my friend for free.
Alright.
Yeah, that's why he's coming over. He's gonna come and help put them in.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard or played a ROM hacked Pokemon game before?
No.
Fucking fun. It's scary and fun because everything's like it's not like how it's easy to play Pokemon in real games. It's like everything's amped up to make it more challenging and stuff, especially the trainers and stuff. And then every Pokemon's randomized with between the first generation to this generation of Pokemon. So they're all 1,000 of Pokemon are all scattered all in this ROM hacked Pokemon game. even the starters. So when I gotta pick my Pokemon, I either chose between a Paliswine, which is alright, and then I forgot the other Pokemon was kind of weak. The third Pokemon was a legendary.
Oh my
I was like, oh, we're going with we're going with the legendary.
I mean, you have to at that point.
And then, yeah, and then so when first few Pokemon we captured weren't even beginning Pokemon. The random encounters we got were like rare Pokemon or like very powerful. Like for example, our first Pokemon we caught was a Swellow, which is a decent Pokemon. Usually most people do start off with in regular games, but it was pretty stacked. And then we end up getting we got another legendary. We encountered another legendary and caught it. And we've been so me and my friend been nicknaming all of our Pokemon. One of the Pokemon we caught was Farfetch, and we nicknamed him Onion.
All right, that works.
Well, yeah. The reason I named him Onion was because he always holds an onion, even though it's called a leek, but a leek's also an onion.
And I did that in Minecraft where I was just grabbing an ocelot for modded Minecraft purposes, and I was like, your name is now Pizza. Why? Because I was eating pizza for dinner.
That's funny. Me and my friend actually agreed that once Farfetch evolves into Sir Farfetch, we're gonna name him Sir Onion. We're gonna change it and name it Sir Onion.
And you have to. If you don't, you're doing it.
And then and we caught the Alola version of Sandslash, which is the ice type. It looks like it's like ice crystals on the back of it. So I nicknamed him Crystal Meth.
Jesus
And then we nicknamed the muck we caught. It was a different version, which it had like pink, yellow, green, and blue coloring. So I nicknamed him Gig Cum.
Boy.
Hey, it's not my fault. His name backward is Cum. Just made it work better. But instead of the way it's spelled K-U-M, like muck is spelled that way, M-U-K, I actually named it the right way, C-U-M. And I capitalized all the letters. So it's like, so when you see his name, it's capital G and then lowercase a-y, gay. Cum!
Oh, check out more worlds. Yeah. Oh god, Twain. I like Twains. I like trains. Oh, you're just... Ooh, modern train. Hee.
I need a shrink. Where's my menu?
Twin.
Hold on. I'm getting small. That didn't work. It's a giant dragon now.
Oh god! Ah!
Polar Express!
Ah, it looks like a duplex. Looks like a duplex drive, just from quick side view. That's not. It's got a similar shape to a duplex.
I think even more.
What is it? 484? Yeah, it's a 484. Hell yeah. Alright. Ah!
That's all I can touch here? Lame.
I know. I'm just going through the new and noteworthy worlds, just seeing what catches my eye.
Green. Hey yo, Thomas. You're not even moving towards me. This is a lie.
Yeah, most
You're a
worlds
lie,
like this.
Thomas. You're a lie. You're not even driving. You're just standing in one spot.
It looks like a duplex drive though, but it's not a duplex. I know my trains, and it kind of bugs me that it has the visual appearance of a duplex, but it's not a duplex. Alright,
The
train.
floor's moving. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, no, the world around us is an animation, essentially.
Yeah.
A looping animation, and the tunnels are the start and end of it. So we go through tunnel, and it restarts the loop, and that's its way of giving the effect that it's constant.
Hey, it's smoking now.
Yeah. Alright, what other new and noteworthy worlds are there?
Don't know. What's the world travel without us? Imagine that's how the world works. Everything moves except for you.
I mean, there's another map that most of the Transformer nerds were getting on, kind of just pretend to be driving along. It was the Night City map. It does the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think I have it anymore. I can't remember what. Let's see. No. Fuck it. I gotta fix my damn mouse. By fix, I mean I need to get a new one. I don't think I have it anymore. Where is it? Yeah, Endless City. That's what it was.
Endless City.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Endless City?
Yeah, over here. It does the same thing that this world does, except with a car at night.
Oh, it's not letting me get out. Okay.
Why are we biting thighs? Oh, I do. Oh, I just realized I do need. Oh, sup gut. Nope. Silence. Can't have that. Yeah, it's literally the exact same thing. It makes up. That's like, what, an Audi? Looks like an Audi. So like the outward appearance of an Audi. Yeah, a lot of the Transformer nerds would come here and they would just kind of vibe with it. Because then...
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it gives the appearance that we're driving along even though we're not.
Okay, in that case. you become? Who should I be? Hmm. Fuck this.
Full size.
Oh.
Ah, Ironhide.
You won't take away the fucking weapons.
Yeah, because the only way to take away the weapons is to boost, and, well, that's just how the model was done in the game. That's how it was done in the game. Yee-haw!
What? Here. Let's become you instead. I'm tiny. What? Alright, and then. Damn, I used to have better control on this one.
Yee-haw! All right, you. Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
What's up?
Hey, there you are. I only see your name tag.
Cause I'm the car. I am the
Oh.
car.
Ooh, oh, nice.
Yeah, it's my transformer. You forget? I have my own transformer.
Yes. Let me see. Oh wait, I'll be the passenger.
Let's go for a ride. Yeah. Oh god, it's Jazz.
Let's take underneath the wheel room.
That doesn't help.
Okay, we light up the car. What else is there to do? Other worlds.
I was re-uploading this avatar.
Ah.
I got the textures up though. Oh! 1.0 and 1.1 are quite different. I can't even put 1.1 textures on 1.1. 1.0. And they have a 1.15.
It was better
Oh,
with
different
this.
kitty. Oh, there you are.
Let's see, what other...
I'm on quest right now. Where's the next one?
I Oh, god damn it. Bike circuit. Hey, yo.
Ooh, bikes.
That sounds interesting.
Whoa.
Hold on, right here. There we go. Bing. Portal. A bike circuit. Sounds interesting. Let's see what happens. And I do owe Subgut this, so, because they did pay for it. They did purchase it. Alright. Short course, that's fine.
Oh, you're already gone. Is there a desync? Oh. I was trying to see if there's desync.
Hold on. You actually have to balance this. Oh, this is weird. This is weird. You actually have to balance. Josh would love this. Is Josh online? Hold on. Is Josh online? So I feel like he's going to love this one.
What's wrong?
Ah, he's not online. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nope, 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 nope. on, come on! I hear another bike. Oh my god, this is horrible. Oh, this is so bad on desktop. That sucks. And I hear him.
Told you up back.
Yes.
Oh, now I'm moving. What the fuck?
Yeah, it leans over real quick, and once it leans, you're fucked.
Don't crash into the...
Look how much better I did now that I understand how this fucking works. Come on, come on. Ah! It's very picky on how to drive with it. Swoop! What are you doing, Swoop? Oh god, it's Megatron! It still had 15 seconds. Come on.
Even you on desktop, that's funny.
Yeah, no, once you start leaning on desktop, you're kind of fucked. Ah! I need to find a way to turn around. Luckily, there's a way back here.
We got a vapor.
Where's Beyblading? Who the fuck is that? Oh, it's Primus. Primus is Beyblading. Hold on. Let me just, well, we'll just put I'm live on Twitch. $183 seconds. Oh god, don't leave my wheels alone. Ah. Stop trying to shred my wheels. I need those. getting the hang of it now. I'm still going to topple like every 3 seconds, but you know. I'd love to see Josh do this, to be honest. That is my cleanest line yet. Ah! Actually, that kind of... Oh, that almost worked. Oh, I still got a better time. Ah!
I already crashed.
I've been crashing on every corner.
Ah!
How are y'all doing in chat, by the way? I know we kind of died down on chatting. But, you know. Those of you who've been here, you know that tends to happen once I start really hyper-focusing and trying to do stuff. On your left. And yeah, I should go get noms, by the way. I really should. We'll hang out a little bit longer in this world. Because, you know. Then we'll head over to the YouTube search world. I'll grab food. You guys watch. Mostly just because I've been in the mood of it. Watching Fat Electrician. It's fun. I love his stuff. Still have the best time though. Whoa, what the fuck? Fine, I guess we'll go the other way. Oh, I figured Primus does tend to get easily bored. Sometimes I feel like his ADHD is worse than mine. I feel like if Joshman saw how badly I was, you know, handling this bike and how poorly I've been kind of treating it, I feel like he would kill me. Unless Josh is in the chat, but I don't think he's in the chat. Whee! That feels like a clean line. Wait. Oh. Come on. Come on, I had such a clean run. Okay, that's it. I should probably go grab food. See how bad this run was though first. Jesus. Oh really? Trank, you beat my time? When did you do that? When did you get a better time than me? When did you do that? By 11 seconds. Or 9 seconds as well. Jesus. What are these? Huh? Oh. Ah. There we go, now the animation's working.
We're here.
How dare you get a better time than me?
You know what's funny? If you go back and forth over the thing, it restarts time.
There's that checkpoint in the center. Well, I double clicked it.
Well, when I went back over the start, I went back into here.
Ah. Yeah. I need to go grab noms. I feel like my streams are getting shorter and shorter with every stream, and I don't like it. Like, at all. It upsets me so much that my streams seem to get shorter. Shorter with every stream.
I was actually up here when you and the other guy were down there.
Ah.
Like, who will win? Then you took the lead.
Try on some YouTube and then grab food. What's a fat electrician though? Hold on. Read. Fat electrician. Y'all can have fun with Devil Duck. Then we'll watch War Daddy after that.
This is the most Marine Corps story I've ever heard in my entire life, and there's absolutely no way that it's been embellished. Like a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about the Marine Corps' most famous animal hero, Sergeant Reckless, the horse that was adopted by the Marines during the Korean War that would go on to become the hero of Outpost Vegas and the first horse to ever partake in a Marine Corps amphibious landing. But before Sergeant Reckless, the Marine Corps had another hero from the animal kingdom that partook in multiple amphibious landings in the Pacific theater of World War II. Today we're talking about Sergeant Seawash, aka the Devil Duck. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is brought to you by Delete Me. Delete Me is an online subscription service. It's a very straightforward, simple business. You give them money, they get rid of your personal information off the internet. Okay, look, here's the deal. Somehow, some way, your personal information is on the internet. Your name, your spouse's name, your parents' name, your address, your last 5 addresses, your phone numbers, and all of your emails are all sitting in some data broker's bank, and they're selling that information for money. But the good news is that these data brokers are legally required to delete your information if you submit an opt-out request. And that's where Delete Me comes in. They will go to all the big data brokers and automatically submit opt-out requests on your behalf, and you don't have to do anything. And I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same thing. I don't want to give all my personal information to Delete Me either, because that just seems counterproductive. Okay, here's the thing with that. You don't have to give them all your private information. You can literally give them your name and your email address. You can give them more information if you want, but really all they need is your name and email, and then you come back a few days later and they just start asking you a bunch of yes or no questions. By using just your name and email, they'll search through all the data banks and figure out who you are, and they'll ask you a bunch of weird questions like, is this your dad? Is this your mom? Is that a relative? Is this your address? Did you used to live here? Did you grow up at this address? Is this your phone number? Is this your email? They know all of this information just by you giving them your name and email, using all the information that these data brokers have. And then you just let them know, yes, that's me, and then they will delete all that information for you. A couple days after that, they're going to send you a report. Here was mine. Over 70 data brokers had my information, and there were 489 listings where that information was for sale, and Delete Me submitted opt-out requests for all of them. Now, those data brokers are probably going to be able to get my information again, but Delete Me is constantly going to be searching for my info and automatically submitting their requests as soon as those listings pop up. Go check out Delete Me. I'll have a link and a discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. Our story begins in 1942 as the 2nd Marine Division is currently in New Zealand gearing up to go into combat against the Japanese in World War II. And like all great military stories, it totally happened. It begins in a bar with a bunch of Marines drinking. And as is tradition with the military drinking at a bar, there are conflicting reports as to what actually happened. According to the Marine Corps, the Marines went out to a local bar in New Zealand. They then started drinking with the locals, and they all had a great, very professional, cordial time where they all drank a very appropriate amount of alcohol, potentially even a Surgeon General recommended amount. And then none of the Marines went out and hooked up with any of the local women. And if they did, hypothetically, which they didn't, but if they did, it would have been strictly in the missionary position, and the Marines would have used protection. Now, while they were at the bar, there was also a raffle. And apparently, a bunch of the Marines bought these tickets for this raffle, and one of the Marines by the name of Sergeant Francis Fagan ended up winning the raffle. Now, the grand prize for this raffle at a bar in New Zealand was apparently a duck. And that's what the Marine Corps says happened. Now, according to the other sources, mostly the personal accounts of the Marines that were actually there, and quite frankly common sense, says that the Marines were at this local bar partying their faces off like they were about to go into the biggest armed conflict the world has ever seen, and while they were there, some of the Marines were playing poker with the locals, and the Marines apparently took all of their money, and they came back to the table, and they're like, all right, well, here's my prize duck, I'm going to put that up as a wager, and the Marine Corps ended up winning that too, and that again was Sergeant Francis Fagan, aka Happy. Now, personally, I'm going to go ahead and err on the side of the Marines got hammered at a bar and won a duck in a poker game, and the chain of command didn't want to get in trouble for associating the Marine Corps with gambling. So
I had sweet and sour chicken.
Shit, like apparently bars in New Zealand raffle off ducks, but you can go ahead and decide.
That's what I was making.
Regardless, either way, Francis Fagan, and by extension, the Marine Corps now has a duck.
The Devil
So
Duck
what
so
are the Marines
far.
gonna do with the duck? Obviously, they take it under their wing.
I stepped out to get some more to drink.
I'd like to apologize to the internet for making you a dad.
I mean, to be fair, that is true. I kind of turned her into a bodybuilder for like 18 months between the 2 kids.
Wow.
Interrupting my history time. Sorry about that. Anyways, the Marines pretty much immediately teach this duck how to drink beer, which I know what you're thinking. That's probably not very healthy for the duck, but to be fair, there are worse vices to have. I mean, he could get addicted to quack. I'm sorry. I'm done. Okay, I'm done with the dad jokes. That joke was foul. Anyways, they become drinking buddies with this duck. He becomes one of the Marines, and then time comes for them to all go off to war and actually engage with the Japanese. Sure enough, they take the duck with them. Fast forward November 1943, the Battle of Tarawa. It's one of the bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. Essentially, the Japanese have 4,000 soldiers dug in and heavily fortified on the Tarawa Atoll, and the Marines have to go in there and take them out. Now, what's unique about Tarawa is it is surrounded by coral reefs, and what that means is any traditional landing craft that America could use, like a Higgins boat, similar to what we used over in the European theater, would get hung up on these coral reefs, and the Japanese would be able to spray it with machine gun fire and artillery and mortars and kill absolutely everybody. The Japanese were so confident in these coral reefs and their fortified defenses that Admiral Shimasaki said that it would take 1,000,000 men 100 years to take Tarawa. But he didn't know that the Marine Corps had the LVT, the Landing Vehicle Tracked, aka the Amphibious Tractor. Similar to a Higgins boat, except it had tracks on it, and then when it hit the coral reefs, it would simply drive right over the top of them. So November 20th, 1943, at 3 a.m., under the cover of darkness, 18,000 Marines and one duck would load into their Salamander tractors as they prepared to launch their amphibious landing at the quack of dawn. As dawn broke, the Japanese soldiers watched in horror as the American landing crafts did not get hung up on the reefs, but simply drove right over the top of them. The only surviving Japanese officer from this battle, Kiyoshi Ota, would later go on to write, "We could see the American landing craft coming towards us like dozens of spiders over the surface of the water, as one of my men exclaimed, 'The gods of death have come.'" As the Marines reached the beach, they would become pinned down from heavy machine gun, artillery, and mortar fire. They were only able to secure the first 70 yards of the beach after hours of combat. It is at this point that the Marines' front line was charged by an enemy rooster, and Sergeant Seawash charged past the Marine line to meet the chicken in winged combat in the middle of the battlefield. After sustaining several pecks to the head, Seawash was able to repel the enemy ambush and save his fellow Marines. The Marines would then go on in the following days to completely take over the island. The Japanese believed that it would take 1,000,000 men 100 years. In reality, it took 18,000 Marines and one Devil Duck 72 hours. For sustaining multiple peck wounds on the battlefield, the Marines tried to get Seawash the Purple Heart. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to work out, but the chain of command still cited Seawash for bravery on the battlefield. That citation, written by Lieutenant Colonel Presley M. Brexley, is as follows. For courageous action and wounds received on Tarawa and the Gilbert Islands, November 1943, with utter disregard for his own personal safety, Seawash, upon reaching the beach without hesitation, engaged the enemy in fierce combat, namely one rooster of Japanese ancestry, and though wounded on the head by repeated pecks, he soon routed his opposition. He then refused medical aid until all wounded members of his section had been taken care of first. Seawash and his fellow Marines would then see battle again at the Battle of Saipan, also known as the D-Day of the Pacific. However, allegedly due to some intel, there would be no enemy poultry on the beach, so Seawash's services were no longer needed, and he would remain on the boat for the initial 3 days of the battle. After that, he would go ashore and support his fellow Marines. At the conclusion of the Battle of Saipan, the Marines had gained valuable intel regarding the neighboring island of Tinian, and they would immediately launch another attack to gain that island as well, and this time, the Devil Duck would partake in the amphibious landing. From there, he would identify an enemy duck that he would engage in build combat until forcing it to finally retreat. A couple of days after that, the Marines would take the island entirely, and shortly after that, Sergeant Seawash would lay an egg. Apparently, Seawash and the other duck I mentioned a minute ago were doing a little bit more than just fighting. Either way, at this point, the Marines now realize that Sergeant Seawash is in fact a girl, to which they're like,
"A woman! Treacherous snake!"
Just kidding, they didn't actually care. In reality, they were probably giving each other a hard time, like, all right, who did it? Fess up. Tania would be the last time that Sergeant Seawash ever saw combat. After World War II, she would end up getting sent back home to America with her fellow Marines and her primary caretaker, Francis Fagan. From there, the story of Sergeant Seawash picked up traction, being in Time magazine, having multiple radio appearances, being in a bunch of different newspapers, telling the harrowing story of America's one and only Devil Duck. And while all that's going on, she is partying her bill off with her Marines, drinking beer after beer, while also helping the Marines hit on young women. And I actually believe this to be the first historical appearance of the term wingman being used in relation to picking up women. Okay, I mean, look at this. Fagan and Seawash have more game than an Xbox. That man's about to get more than an animal shelter. Over the next couple months, the publicity would die down, and Francis Fagan would go on to become an electrician. And his great-grandson would also go on to become an electrician that had a pretty decent-sized YouTube channel. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not related to this guy. Anyways, Sergeant Seawash would also then go to live on a farm for an extended period of time until being called back into duty during the Korean War, where she helped with with recruiting efforts. After that, she would finally retire to live out the rest of her days in the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago before passing away in 1953 due to liver complications, which prompted the Marines to release a statement saying that there is no reason to believe that her liver complications were due to her excessive amount of drinking during her time in service. According to multiple newspapers, her funeral service was then held in a taxidermy shop where she was then stuffed and currently resides in the National Museum of the Marine Corps in Triangle, Virginia. So in conclusion, this has been the totally real, 100% not embellished whatsoever story of Sergeant Seawash, aka America's Devil Duck. That time the Marine Corps won a duck in a poker game, taught it how to drink beer, then took it to multiple amphibious landings in the deadliest battles of World War II, kept it alive the entire time to bring it back home so they could use it to hit on women, and I think it is the most Marine Corps thing that has ever happened, and if I'm wrong, you can tell me down below, and if your story's better, I'll do a video on that too. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
All right, now it's time to talk about War Daddy.
Before you ask, yes, this is in fact the guy that Brad Pitt's character in the movie Fury is based off of, and yes, the nickname War Daddy was real. Today we're talking about the most gangster tank commander in American history, Lafayette Greenpool, his incredible crew, and their infamous M4A176W Sherman tank, known by its moniker painted across the side, In the Mood. This video is brought to you by War Thunder, the best and most realistic vehicle combat video game that has ever been made. This game has over 2,500 tanks, planes, helicopters, boats, and ships. Seriously, pretty much every vehicle that's been used in armed conflict from the 1920s until modern times.
I haven't played War Thunder.
My favorite part about this game is the history Easter eggs.
I have no idea how
it is. Since we're talking about Lafayette Greenpool, we can actually go in, pick his exact tank, the M4A176, and then we can customize it to put In the Mood on the side of it, just like he had on his tank. And then you can hop over to X-Ray mode and see how much work they actually put into this game, making X-Ray versions of every single vehicle, showing the crew and the different components of all of it. And then they use this X-Ray mode in gameplay, so when you shoot at an enemy tank, you're not just shooting at the tank until it blows up. You can shoot the enemy tank and disable the tracks. You could take out the engine, you could kill a single member of the crew, or you could take out the entire crew. And the best part about all of this, it's free on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. So if you decide you want to give it a try, I will have it linked in the description down below, and when you use my link, you're going to get a bunch of free stuff unlocked right off the bat. Vehicles, skins, in-game currency, everything you need to get started, so go check it out. Let's get back to the video. Once upon a time, July 23rd, 1919, two twins would be born, John Thomas Poole and his younger brother by 5 minutes, Lafayette Greenpool. They both spent their entire childhood growing up in Texas. The Great Depression happened when they were 10 years old. Despite that, they were both star athletes in middle school and high school, and then when they graduated from high school in 1937, John and Lafayette, the two brothers, wanted to join the Navy together. Like everything else they'd done in their life at this point, they go down to the local recruiting office together and they both sign up for the US Navy. Then they go to get their physicals. John passes with flying colors, but Leigh, on the other hand, is rejected because his eyesight isn't good enough because he has one bad eye from an injury from when he was younger. Which is turning into a weird pattern at this point because there's a shocking amount of badasses that are originally rejected from the US military for apparently having bad eyesight. I mean, off the top of my head, we've got Lawson Red Ramage, the first submarine commander to earn the Medal of Honor, which I don't know why your vision needs to be super good inside of a submarine, but whatever. Then we've got Willis Ching Lee, literally an Olympic sniper that was the greatest battleship commander of all time, that after he had won the Olympics for sharpshooting was told that his vision wasn't good enough. And then of course we have Jay Zemer, Medal of Honor recipient, the pilot of the most decorated air crew in US history that was also rejected because his vision wasn't good enough. And now we have Lafayette Greenpool, the greatest American tanker of all time, also being rejected because his vision just isn't quite good enough. Now, that being said, here's where Poole's just a little bit different from those other heroes. He's trying to join in 1937. World War II has not kicked off yet, so he's not overly motivated to join the military. So, unlike the other three, he does not cheat on his eye exam to get in. He decides that he's just going to go off to college and become an engineer. So that's what happens. John ships off to go get trained for the Navy. Leigh decides he's going to stay around town. He helps his parents out on the farm. He goes off to college to become an engineer, and he also decides that he's going to start boxing to earn earn some extra money on the side. And over the course of the next 3 years, he never loses a single match because he is an incredibly talented boxer. Then, September 16th, 1940, America decides to reinstitute the draft because World War II is looming on America. Because of this, Lay decides that he's going to try to join the military again, but he's concerned that the Navy still has records of him failing his vision test from a couple of years ago. So, instead, this time he goes to an Army recruiter, gets signed up, goes to the physical, and this time he does what all great American heroes do. He cheats on that eye exam and he passes. Seriously, the impact that a bunch of dudes cheating on the eye exam to get into the military has had on the world that we live in today is profound. So Poole ships off to training, he excels at everything he does, and then every time he gets leave, he's always going out and taking boxing prize fights to win more money on the side. So he finishes training, gets assigned to the 32nd Armored Regiment, where he rapidly becomes a sergeant and a tank commander, again, continuing to box every second he can. As World War II ramps up, the 32nd Armored Regiment's training gets more and more intense as they get put in different climates in different places all over the country. They train in Louisiana, they train in Pennsylvania, and now they're out in the Mojave Desert in California. And at this point, Poole's developed quite a name for himself. Everybody knows who he is. He's a 6'3" boxer that's 41-0. He's never been defeated, and he is one of the best, if not the best tank commander that they have. And because of this, he gets a little bit of sway with how things go. So he actually goes out and starts picking his own tank crew, and he picks the best of the best. In the driver's seat, he's got 24-year-old Private First Class Wilbert Richards, aka Baby, a nickname that he got when the crew was out for dinner one night at a diner, and the waitress looked at him and said, "I didn't think they let babies join the army." Despite having a baby face, Poole said that he was the best tank driver in all of World War II. He was so good that he could parallel park a Sherman tank in the middle of downtown New York during rush hour traffic. In the gunner's seat, we have Willis Ollier, aka Groundhog, a nickname that he got in the Mojave Desert because he constantly wore his goggles and had dirt rings from the goggles around his eyes at all times. He is the oldest man in the crew at 28 years old. He was a factory worker at an ammunition plant. He was exempt from the draft, but he wanted to go to war anyways, so much so that he had to go to the government to get permission to quit his job so that he could be in that tank. At loader, we've got 21-year-old Delbert Boggs, aka Jailbird, a nickname that he got because he was allegedly there because the judge gave him the option of go to war or go to jail. Standing at only 5'6", 120 pounds, Jailbird had probably the most physically demanding job in the entire tank crew. Despite his stature, he was able to load that gun faster than Poole could say fire. And then at assistant driver and bow gunner, we have Arthur Reed, who has not quite earned a nickname yet. The crew then decided that their fearless leader needed a nickname too. Poole was already becoming a legend. He was an undefeated boxer. He was one of the best tank commanders America had, and he made sure that everybody in his crew was squared away and taken care of at all times. He took complete responsibility for them. He was just like their dad, and for that reason, they gave him one of the coolest nicknames ever, and the same one from the movie Fury, War Daddy.
Hey! Don't fuck yourself, War Daddy!
Cost is too high.
You're over 40 blocks!
Unlike the movie, however, Poole did not decide to name his tank Fury. He gave it a nickname that is 1,000 times cooler, and Hollywood decided to change for no good reason because they named their tank In the Mood. When asked what that meant later, Lafayette simply said, "That's just how I felt at the time. I was in the mood." So we've got the crew, we've got the tank, everybody has a cool nickname, it's time to get ready for war. They start training together super hard and become one cohesive unit. At this point, Poole, who's still been going out boxing every chance he can, ends up joining the Golden Gloves tournament, and he actually ends up winning and becoming a Golden Gloves champion, which qualifies him for the national tournament in Chicago. At this point, the Army is willing to let him take leave and go participate in this national tournament because it looks really, really good for the U.S. military if they have an active duty sergeant that's a tank commander that's winning national titles for boxing. Poole, however, decides against it because he has his crew, he has his tank, and he's not going to let them go off to war without him. So he decides to forego his dream of becoming a national Golden Glove boxing champion and instead goes off to war. Because of that, he is then offered a slot as an officer, which he also refuses because he doesn't want to leave his crew. He decides that he's going to keep being an NCO so he can be a tank commander and go out with his guys. Shortly after that, they would all ship off to England in 1943. Once they get to England, they just keep training, getting ready, waiting for orders, and then in April 1944, a famous boxer by the name of Joe Louis, aka the Brown Bomber, comes over for a morale mission where he's going to box with some of the troops, you know, get everybody ready for war, get them hyped up, doing something cool, and Guess who gets slotted to fight him? Yeah, Lafayette Poole boxes Joe Louis 2 months before D-Day. And if you don't know who Joe Louis is, he's literally one of the greatest boxers in the history of the world. This dude has 69 wins with 52 knockouts. He has one of the longest reigning title runs ever. He is on a different level than Lafayette Greenpool, for sure. Despite that, everybody's hyped. The entire regiment is going to show up to watch War Daddy go toe-to-toe with the Brown Bomber, and it's going to be the coolest thing that's ever happened. So they have this boxing match, and you have to understand, this is a recipe for disaster, because Joe Louis is just over here trying to do the right thing, help with the war effort, raise morale of the troops before they go off into battle. You know, he's being really cool about this whole thing. He's going from unit to unit, and he's boxing a new army guy every night for like months straight. So I mean, this is nothing more than a glorified sparring match to him. He's not going in there trying to actually hurt the army guy. Hopefully the army guy's not going on to hurt him. He's just going out there to put on a show. Poole, on the other hand, remember, just gave up his dream for a national title in boxing so that he could go to war, and now the world heavyweight champion is there and he gets to box him. So in the back of his mind, there's got to be a part of him that's just like, I mean, maybe I could take this guy. So Poole goes in there obviously wanting a real fight, and that's exactly what he got. The match starts, Joe Louis goes in there, he's dancing around, he's pulling his punches, he's putting on a show, he's being super nice to Poole, and then the first chance Poole got, he threw a hard punch and just cracked Joe Louis, allegedly stumbled him a little bit, and then Joe Louis tied up with Poole and whispered in his ear, I'm going to teach you a big lesson. The ref then broke him apart, and Joe Louis proceeded to beat the shit out of Poole in front of the entire regiment. Poole is later quoted as saying that he was turned any which way but loose by the Brown Bomber. Now, the silver lining is that Poole somehow managed to not get knocked out, which is an achievement in itself going up against Joe Louis. And just so we're clear, if you're not familiar with combat sports, Joe Louis is absolutely not being a dick right now. This is 100% expected. This is how everybody acts in that situation, and Lafayette Poole knew that's how this would go down the minute he decided to crack him, because he had like 40 plus boxing matches. He knew what he was getting into. He got exactly what he was looking for, and it's absolutely hilarious. And in War Daddy's defense, it is actually way cooler to say I got in a legitimate fight with Joe Louis and survived, even though I got my ass beat, than it is to say I had a glorified sparring match with Joe Louis one time. And pretty much everybody else agrees, and this serves to grow Poole's reputation even more. Fast forward 2 months, June 23rd, 1944, War Daddy and his crew would arrive at the beaches of Normandy 2 weeks after D-Day. For the next 5 days, they would make their way to the front lines, following the trail of destruction left by the Allied forces before them. And on the 6th day, June 29th, 1944, they would go out on their first mission, attempting to drive the enemy further back. Using a combination of tanks and infantry, they would drive off the main road through crop fields, and they would cut through the different fields, and each field was divided by this thin row of trees and bushes that was called a hedgerow. As they go through field after field and have the tanks drive through hedgerow after hedgerow, making a path for the infantry, they would come through another hedgerow where seemingly nothing was any different. As they continued to advance through the field, as soon as they reached the midway point, the 2 corners of the hedgerow they were in, up ahead of them, would open fire. They would walk directly into a German anti-tank unit's ambush as they began taking fire from anti-tank guns, machine guns, and Panzerfausts, or tank punchers, which were an early German rocket launcher designed to take out Allied tanks. The Germans were so well camouflaged in the hedgerows ahead that they couldn't even be seen. The only thing they could fire at was the muzzle flashes of the Germans firing at them first. As the Americans began to return fire, In the Mood was struck by a Panzerfaust, but it was deflected off of its armor because they were too far away when they fired it. And then a second, and then a third, and then a fourth. In the Mood had been hit with 4 tank fists and survived all of them. The American tanks, including In the Mood, attempted to drive forward to push through the ambush, but as they closed the distance between them and the German anti-tank unit, they came into the effective range of the tank punchers. In the Mood and 17 other M4s would be hit and knocked out. As Poole ordered his crew to bail out, he would come to the realization that his bow gunner and assistant driver, Arthur Reed, had been killed in action on impact. With so many tanks knocked out, the entire unit was forced to retreat, and in a matter of minutes, Poole's entire battalion had lost 25% of its men, 177 soldiers, and 18 tanks. So Poole's unit falls back to the rear, and they begin consolidating, figuring out how many people died, how many tanks they lost, refitting, getting reinforcements, getting everything done, and Poole receives word that his tank, while it was knocked out, is salvageable, and it's going to be up and running in a couple of weeks. At this point, most tank crews would be like, cool, I'll take a couple of weeks off hanging out back here, not getting ambushed. But War Daddy and his his crew are absolutely furious that their friend was just killed, and they want to get back in the fight now, not in 2 weeks. So Poole demands a new tank, and his chain of command, seeing that their golden boy wanted a new tank, turns and says, here you go, and they give him their very first version of the new Sherman M4, the M4A176W, with an even bigger gun that's more capable of going toe-to-toe with German tanks. They are then immediately given a replacement bow gunner and assistant driver by the name of Bert Close, a 19-year-old kid that looks like he just got out of a high school classroom, and for that reason he is immediately given the nickname Schoolboy as they paint In the Mood 2 down the side of their new tank and go back into the fight. Poole said he learned more in that first 3 minutes of combat than he did in the 3 years of training prior to that. He took note of how the Germans put their main anti-tank guns in the corners of the hedgerows to triangulate fire at the middle of the field, and they waited until they got into the middle of the field before opening fire so they couldn't retreat back into the hedgerows easily. For that reason, every time they cut through a hedgerow, they would immediately use the main gun and fire on each corner ahead of them, and then rake everything in between with machine gun fire, attempting to ambush the enemy first. And this extremely slow, painstaking form of combat went on for the first month. Just field after field, ambush after ambush, fight after fight. It took them a month to go 5 miles further into enemy territory. And this wasn't just Poole's unit, this was the entire military fighting tooth and nail for every inch of land that they got. Because of this, General Omar Bradley decided to launch Operation Cobra on July 25th. The plan was to bomb the enemy first, and then bomb the enemy again and again and again, and then roll in with tanks and take care of whatever's left. On July 26, 1944, Operation Cobra will reach its apex when 3,300 Allied bombers dropped 14,000 tons of bombs in the span of 3 hours. Just for the record, so we're all clear, 14,000 tons is over 30 million pounds in 3 hours. With all the bombings breaking down the enemy line, the combat pace really picked up as In the Mood started traveling miles a day instead of miles a month. During that time, In the Mood 2 would come toe-to-toe with its first German Panther tank, and it would take it out in a single shot with its new and improved 76mm cannon. From that moment on, War Daddy, his crew, and In the Mood 2 led point on pretty much every single mission his unit ran, and he was driving the enemy back as fast as humanly possible. In the following days, it became pretty apparent to pretty much everybody that War Daddy and In the Mood 2 were in fact the main characters of this story, as he began sitting up higher and higher in his commander's position on the tank. Pretty soon, the other tankers began to describe it as he was sitting so high up on the tank that it looked like he was riding it like a bull, showing off his cowboy boots. Over the next several weeks, they put so many miles on In the Mood 2 and drove through so many hedgerows that they wore out the engine and it needed to be replaced. And at this point, Poole, being who he is like, I'm not waiting for that thing to get fixed, just give me another tank so I can keep fighting. And the chain of command is like, actually, that's perfect because now your original tank is fixed, so you can just have that one back.
No! God!
Poole immediately is like, no, absolutely not. It's older, it's slower, the gun is smaller, and most importantly, my friend died in the assistant driver's seat, and I don't want to look at that for the rest of this war. I'm not taking that tank. He was then given a direct order to take the tank, to which he's like, okay, fine. He then orders the rest of his crew to go over to In the Mood 2 and observe it getting fixed by the mechanics and having a new motor put in it, which is weird because they're not getting that tank back anyways, so why on earth is he doing that? In reality, he just wanted to make sure that his crew was somewhere so they couldn't get blamed with what he's about to do. So he goes over by himself, picks up his new tank, and then proceeds to immediately drive it directly into a lake. I mean, technically, we don't know that for sure. The only official documentation as to what happened to this tank is from the maintenance crew, and it says, and I quote, "The vehicle was believed to have been driven into a lake." And at this point, the chain of command is just like, okay, well, I mean, let's hold on. This is the golden boy. I don't want to get rid of him. Hear me out. He did just save a tank the other day that we were going to lose. He ran in front of a bunch of machine gun fire and got that tank back. So now that he threw this tank away, it's basically a net zero. I think we should just let it slide. Go ahead, give him a new M4A176W again, and we'll get him back on the front lines. And that's it. That's the whole story. They give him a new tank, and he goes back to fighting. Okay, do you understand how incredibly gangster that is? This is an entire another level of plot armor, okay? Going toe-to-toe with the enemy and, like, doing some crazy stuff and surviving, that's one level. Going toe-to-toe with Uncle Sam about his money is a completely another level of plot armor that most people can't even fathom. For example, when you go to get out of the military, they make you turn in every piece of equipment they ever gave you, ever. Okay, they're gonna pull out a sheet of paper that's this long with a list of all of it, and it's going to be the most ridiculous stuff on the planet. They're going to be like, yeah, we gave you a a marker tube type in 2003. What the fuck is a marker tube type? Oh, a Sharpie. You gave me a Sharpie in 2003? Okay, I'll just pay for it. How much does the government pay for Sharpies? $79.95 is what we pay for fucking Sharpies around here. And then you have to pay the government $79.95 for a Sharpie that you lost 20 years ago, otherwise they negatively impact your credit score. The rest of us mere mortals are over here getting harassed by the US military because we lost a canteen cup at some point. Meanwhile, War Daddy's over here waterboarding an entire tank and just walking away like nothing happened and nobody cares. This is an unprecedented level of plot armor. So that's August 16th. He gets his new tank in the Mood 3. August 17th, the very next day, they come into a humongous battle. They catch up with an entire German armored unit that has 12 Panther tanks. Luckily, the Allied forces at this point in time have air superiority, so they radio in for some planes, and they come in and they bomb the entire Panther unit. Then, after the planes drop a bunch of bombs all over them, then all of the American Sherman tanks start to advance. And then a couple minutes later, another group of American planes come. They were either P-38s or P-47s, depending on which source you want to read. Doesn't really matter. Either way, American planes come, and then they proceeded to bomb everybody, the American tanks included. And during this bombing run, in the Mood 3 and the tank next to it would both be hit. Luckily, nobody in War Daddy's crew would be hurt. However, both of the tanks were knocked out. At which point, the battalion commander orders everybody to fall back because things have just went catastrophically wrong. Poole orders his men to all bail out and run back. Baby the driver and Jailbird the loader, both cool, dope. They hop out of the tank, they run back. It is now Poole and Schoolboy left inside this tank. The other tank right next to In the Mood 3 also bails out and they all run off. However, one of those crew members is hurt and they're laying on the ground. War Daddy sees this, hops out of his tank, runs over to try to save this guy, drawing all of the machine gun fire from the German side on In the Mood 3. War Daddy ends up making it over to this other tanker and helping to save him. However, Burt Close, Schoolboy, is now pinned down underneath In the Mood 3, so he just digs in and buries himself underneath the tank, hoping that he's not hit by enemy machine gun fire or an American plane. So that's all he does. He just lays underneath the tank and kind of buries himself in the dirt, and he waits, listening to the machine gun fire bounce off his tank as he hears American bombs exploding in the background, and he just waits. And 10 minutes go by, and suddenly somebody runs and dives under the tank, and it scares the shit out of Burt Close. And he looks over, it's an American, so he kind of relaxes for a second, but that dude doesn't see Burt yet. And Burt Close, Schoolboy, recognizes this guy. It was his friend from basic training that he hadn't seen in like 2 years. And Close remembers on the first day of basic training, this guy got asked a question by the drill instructor, and he told the drill instructor, "I don't know." And from that point on, throughout the rest of their training, that particular drill instructor would always tell this guy, "What do you know?" Bearing that in mind, Schoolboy asks the guy, "Hey, what the hell happened?" And that guy responds, "I have no idea." To which Schoolboy responds the same thing the drill instructor would have responded, "What do you know?" And that guy whipped his head around, recognizing the voice of his friend, and they were reunited after like 2 years not seeing each other, not knowing if they were alive. They've just ran into each other in the most unfortunate circumstance on the planet, and then they just hung out for the next hour in the middle of this firefight, catching up, because there's literally nothing else they could do, and it's the most army thing I've ever heard ever. So while Close is catching up with his buddy, War Daddy makes his way back to safety. He carries that injured tanker with him, and then he realizes that he's missing Burt Close, Schoolboy, and he was not about to lose another assistant driver and bow gunner, and he is ready to run back into hell to go get him too. He is then physically restrained and given a direct order to not. So like an hour goes by, Schoolboy and his buddy are just chilling underneath the remnants of In the Mood 3, waiting for the bombs to clear up. Finally, the German armor unit's forced to retreat. They get the all clear, the planes aren't going to be coming anymore, and then they just kind of get out from underneath the tank and walk back, and everything's okay. So now the next problem is that In the Mood 3 is gone, they no longer have a tank. Well, by that time, they had already replaced the motor in the Mood 2, and they were ready to hop back in that. So the next day, August 18th through August 26th, War Daddy and the crew of In the Mood 2 go ham. They spearhead every single mission, driving further and further into enemy territory, wrecking absolutely anybody that gets in their way. Poole and In the Mood 3 are leading the entire 3rd Armored Division deeper and deeper into enemy territory, and during this point of the war, the 3rd Armored Division earns the nickname the Spearhead Division because they are leading the rest of the military into the fight because they are advancing so rapidly. It is literally the largest unhealthcare system in the world being spearheaded by War Daddy and his crew of In the Mood 2. They are pushing so hard, so fast into enemy territory story that they start getting direct orders from the battalion commander to slow down and let everybody else catch up. There's accounts of In the Mood 2
ain't
taking
fast
out
enough, stay
entire
back.
infantry companies by themselves, 250 men in a single day. And somehow, presumably divine plot armor, despite the fact that they are the first and sometimes the only one into a fight, they go completely untouched every single time. Then, August 27th, they come across a major set of train tracks, at which point they're all like, I got an idea. Let's line the tanks up and wait. And that's what they did. And they waited. And they waited. And like 8 hours later, here comes a German train full of all types of cargo and equipment and tanks and armored vehicles rolling down the tracks. And a bunch of Sherman tanks just open fire, turning the entire thing into a shooting gallery, destroying absolutely everything on this train. At which point, Poole is like, cool. Now that I know which direction the trains are headed, I'm going to go get the next one. And he takes off heading the opposite direction that the train is going to be cutting. So he's going to catch this train before anybody else. And sure enough, like an hour later, here comes another train headed in the exact same direction. It is now In the Mood 2 and this train going head to head as In the Mood 2 starts firing 76mm rounds into the engine of the locomotive. After 2 shots, it completely destroys the locomotive engine as the rest of the train glides to a halt. As they pull around and the rest of the train comes into view, there are 4 German Tiger II tanks on this train. They haven't even ran into one of these in combat yet, and there's 4 of them sitting dead on this train, but the Germans are running to get in the tanks to use them as artillery and get the guns aimed at In the Mood 2. And one of those German guns will absolutely destroy In the Mood 2. Probably with a single hit. At this point, Schoolboy starts using his 30 cal machine gun and War Daddy starts using the 50 cal up top to shoot at these German Tiger tanks. Not because it's actually going to hurt the tanks, but because all the machine gun fire is keeping the Germans from getting inside of them to be able to use them. And while that's going on, Groundhog is opening fire on the tanks with the 76mm over and over, finally being able to break through the Tiger tanks' armor, destroying all 4 of the tanks as they continue to destroy everything else on this train. For the next half hour, it is a complete shooting gallery as In the Mood 2 wreaks havoc on this now defenseless train. At some point, the rest of the tanks catch up and they chip into, but the majority of the credit ends up going to In the Mood 2. When the smoke clears, they make sure all the Germans are gone, and then they go in and see what else, if there's any cargo that's salvageable, hoping for like, I don't know, German chocolate, or food, or most importantly, booze. And they go in and they start looking at all the cargo, and it's an entire train, besides the tanks and a couple armored cars that were on there. All the cargo is just like French lingerie and fancy perfumes and a bunch of woman stuff. Basically, they figured the Germans were just loading up trains full of anything they could find of value inside of France and trying to ship it back by rail to Germany to extract as much value as possible as they were being forced to retreat. Now, here's the silver lining. Somebody had the brilliant idea of like, hey, it's not food and it's not beer, but hear me out. The entire 3rd AD is on its way to Belgium right now. And if we show up in Belgium and we give all the ladies there a bunch of French lingerie and perfume, we're going to be heroes, and then maybe, just maybe, they'll wear it for us. If so facto, there's now an entire regiment of M4 Sherman tanks and armored cars full to the brim of fancy French lingerie and perfume headed to Belgium. Now at this point, while everybody else is loading up lingerie and perfume, the chain of command is having a meeting because War Daddy and his tank crew just took out an entire train pretty much by themselves, including 4 German Tiger II tanks, so we need to get them some kind of award. So it becomes clear to the chain of command that these are probably the best tank crew that America has right now, and they would do a better job of serving the country if they were sent back home and sent on tour where they could tell their story and help sell war bonds, and honestly, they've earned it at this point. So the chain of command then orders Poole to fall all the way back to the very rear and let everybody else handle everything from here on out. Fast forward 2 hours later, whoever's spearheading the formation now comes up to this bridge, and this bridge is the only way across this river, and it's being guarded by 3 German Panthers, and leadership has no idea how to cross this bridge. So leadership has another meeting, and they're like, fuck, I guess, let's get War Daddy back up here. We need the main character. Bring him up. So
all tanks, War Daddy. Looks like I'm in.
Poole gets the order. He pulls out of the formation, drives to the very front. Again, he's been gone for a whole 2 hours. He gets to the front, gets briefed on what's going on. He evaluates the situation. He looks off in the distance. There's this big hill on their side of the river. So he's like, okay, you guys stay here. I'm going to go handle this. So they drive up to the top of this hill. He now has a good view of the rest of the river, and he can actually make out one of the German Panther tanks. He can't see the other 2. He doesn't know how many are there. He just knows they're there. They're so well camouflaged, but he can see one of them. So he takes aim and he gets them ready, and he's like, we're just going to rapid fire this entire thing. He opens fire, and as soon as he fires, there's another round in by Jailbird, and they fire again and again and again, and they take out this first Panther tank, and they do it so fast and they fire so many times that all the other tanks think that they're getting ambushed, and they start retreating. There was only 2 tanks there. He sees them once they start moving, but those tanks take off thinking that there's way more tanks than just one attacking them. Meanwhile, Pool's entire unit's kind of just sitting there like listening, hearing tank fire in the background, wondering what's happening. A few minutes later, Pool comes driving by again and just drives right across the bridge. So everybody else is like, okay, and then they follow him, and then problem solved. War Daddy saved the day yet again. At this point, Pool's probably thinking to himself, like, okay, this is the point where I'm supposed to stop, get orders. They're probably going to send me to the back of the formation again, and he's like, but I don't want that, because off in the distance, a couple miles ahead, he sees a German town, and he knows that that town is probably full of all types of important German supplies, because a second ago, they had 3 German Panther tanks trained on a single choke point. It was a pretty safe place to be. And he knows that if he can get there in a hurry, he can probably take out a bunch of more enemy objectives. So he just hauls ass straight into this town, right down Main Street, and sure enough, there's 4 German ammo trucks full of German war supplies, and he takes out all 4 of them by himself, as the rest of the unit is desperately trying to keep up. After a while, some of the other tanks finally catch up to Pool, but Pool keeps leading them deeper and further into enemy-held territory, and at dusk that night, they'd be ambushed by more Panther tanks. And that ambush started by one of the Panther tanks shooting directly at In the Mood 2. Luckily, it was a glancing blow, and everybody was okay. In the Mood turns, returns fire, and scores a direct hit, knocking out the tank as the German crew bails out. But the tank didn't burst into flames yet, and that's not acceptable. So, In the Mood 2 advances to shoot this tank again. As they hit it again, the whole thing blows up, as In the Mood 2 gets hit again from another Panther tank. And again, it glances off the armor and everybody's okay. But they don't know where the hell it came from because it's so dark out they can't actually see anything. So now they're just waiting. And they're waiting, and they're kind of moving back and forth, and this Panther tank fires at him again, and they could see the muzzle flash. The Panther missed, and In the Mood starts returning fire just in that general direction, firing blindly. And after 4 or 5 rounds sent that way, they see an enormous explosion and flames as they had scored a direct hit on the enemy Panther tank with pure luck. Any remaining German forces are forced to flee, and that was the end of that battle. They bed down for the night, they get some more gas in the tank, they get everything fixed, they eat some food, and the next morning, they take off again, driving further into enemy-held territory. The next morning, War Daddy and In the Mood 2 take off, hauling ass with the rest of the tanks. Pool figures that those 2 German Panthers ambushed them because they were trying to protect something, and he wants to find out what it was. So, he keeps charging deeper and deeper into enemy-held territory, and that's when he comes across an entire German supply convoy. And yet again, War Daddy and In the Mood proceed to turn this entire supply caravan into a shooting gallery. In the Mood alone is credited with destroying over 100 vehicles, 2 German Panther tanks, 2 other tanks, 3 German 88 anti-tank guns, claiming over 50 enemies KIA, claiming 63 as prisoners of war, and a ton of others wounded. When the smoke settles from this and the leadership gets to figure out what actually happened, it is decided that the In the Mood crew is all going to receive Bronze Stars, and Lafayette Green Pool is going to receive the Distinguished Service Cross. He would also be nominated for the Medal of Honor, but that was rejected for some reason. Something to do with being in a tank is a team effort, and he didn't do it by himself, so he doesn't deserve the Medal of Honor, which doesn't really make sense, but it never does. So that happened. Now from here, it's pretty smooth sailing. They don't have much contact with the German military. They're pretty much just going from town to town, hanging out in a town at the end of every night. However, In the Mood continues to be the #1 spearhead of the entire division, and now, instead of being the first into contact, they're the first into every town, and that comes with its own unique set of rewards, because as soon as American tanks start rolling in, all the people come running out as they start celebrating that the Americans are here to beat the Nazis, and they start showering them with gifts, cheeses, breads, fruits, eggs, and most importantly, booze. So In the Mood gets first dibs on all the booze. This pattern repeats itself day after day for a little while, and then they eventually come up on a bigger city called Liège in Belgium. Once there, they take the city pretty easily, capturing 1,500 German POWs, and then they've essentially freed the town, at which point all the townspeople come rushing out to thank the Americans, and surprise, surprise, this city is full of very attractive young Belgian women. They start giving the soldiers gifts like food and booze, and in exchange, the soldiers break out the fancy lingerie and perfume that they liberated from that train a couple of days ago, and they start giving that back in exchange, and the entire thing turns into one gigantic block party that kind of ends up turning into a shit show because all the soldiers spread out as they start sleeping with all these young women, showing them that inches are in fact better than centimeters, and everybody's just completely hammered. Which was fine, there was nothing wrong with that right up until the next morning when the chain of command got the order to move out immediately. At which point the leadership, A, they're hungover, but B, they're kind of looking around as just like there's passed out people drunk all over the city, on the sidewalks, in the streets. It's chaos. The soldiers are all spread out because they all went home with different women. They don't know where like 75% of their soldiers even are. They radio back, they're like, we're gonna need a couple of days to regroup. We had an issue in town here. So after that, they spend the next couple of days regrouping and getting ready to move out again. After they get regrouped, it's off to the Siegfried Line, the border of Germany, guarded by dragon's teeth, mines, machine gun positions, and barbed wire. They have to finally make their last push and break into Germany. On their way to the Siegfried Line, Poole is informed that him and his crew are not going to be allowed to spearhead this mission either, and they are to remain in the rear because him and his crew are still going to get sent home early so that they can sell war bonds and be heroes. Poole is also informed that they are going to be taking away his loader. Del Boggs, Jailbird, is going to be sent all the way to the rear where he is going to have to undergo a vision and hearing exam for the next 2 weeks, pretty much the entire duration of the rest of their time in theater before they get sent back home. And the actual reason for this was because his brother had passed away in combat 2 weeks prior, and he was the last remaining son in his family, and the commander did not want to have to tell that man's family that he died in combat 2 weeks before he was supposed to come home. So he was going to be sent all the way to the rear where he was going to stay until he could get sent back to America. Bearing all this in mind, Poole agrees, and he is going to remain in the rear of the formation, and he's not going to be doing anything crazy. He is then assigned a brand new, fresh out of basic training, Private First Class Kenneth King to be the replacement loader for Jailbird, the best M4 loader in all of World War II. Somehow a German tank snuck past the American line and managed to ambush Poole's section, and the first tank they managed to shoot was in the mood. Poole immediately orders his crew to return fire, which they do, but the shell wasn't effective against the Panther, as he orders them to fire again, but Private First Class Kenneth King wasn't able to reload at the same pace that Jailbird was before him. So Poole orders Baby to throw it in reverse as he tries to get this kid more time to reload the gun. He ends up jamming the gun as the Panther fires another shell at In the Mood, and it punches through In the Mood and hits Private First Class Kenneth King directly in the head, killing him instantly. As Poole and Groundhog are both ejected from the tank, severely wounded, and the tank is still being thrown in reverse, being manned by nobody except for Baby and Schoolboy. Driving blind, they just continue to travel in reverse as another Panther shell hits In the Mood but glances off. After about 30 yards, they end up hitting a ditch and rolling the entire tank. While that's going on, Poole, who'd been ejected from the tank moments earlier, looks down to see that one of his legs has been completely shredded by the shrapnel. As he reaches into his pocket, pulls out a morphine syringe, basically a single one-time use dose of morphine, injects himself before pulling out his pocket knife and attempting to remove what's left of his leg. The nearby American tanks engage the German Panther, destroying it as a neighboring tank commander runs to Poole's aid. As Poole is yelling at him to go help the people in the tank, he doesn't. He runs up to Poole, injects him with another morphine syringe before calling medics to aid him. When the medics show up, they inject him with yet another morphine syringe, and Poole loses consciousness. The rest of the In the Mood crew survives, and they end up ultimately getting reassigned to different tank crews where they remain for the rest of World War II. Poole, on the other hand, has to have his right leg amputated 8 inches above the knee, and he is sent back home, where he spends the next 22 months in the hospital battling different infections, rehabbing, and getting fitted for a prosthetic. By the time he's released from the hospital, it is 1946 and World War II is over, and he is then immediately discharged from the United States military because he now no longer has a leg. Lafayette Green Poole, aka War Daddy, and his tank crew of In the Mood were in combat together for 81 days in World War II. And in that 81 days, they are credited with taking out 1,000 German soldiers, capturing 250 more, destroying 275 armored vehicles, and 12 German tanks. For this, Poole had been nominated for the Medal of Honor twice. The first time the paperwork had apparently been lost, and the second time he was just flat out rejected. He was, however, awarded the Distinguished Service Cross, the Legion of Merit, a Purple Heart, the French Croix de Guerre, and the Belgian Fourrière. After being released from the military, he went back home to Texas, where him and his wife started having kids, and he worked as a mechanic at a gas station for a number of years. And then, after a few years, the United States military came out with a special program where they would let people rejoin the military if they had special or desired talents, regardless of their physical disabilities, and Poole fit that bill. He was brought back into the military to serve as an advisor and to help train the next generation of tankers. He would do that from 1948 until retiring in 1960 Navy as a warrant officer 4. He then decides that his next life adventure is going to be a preacher, which he does for a number of years, which honestly makes sense because the dude is super good at putting people in touch with God. So he does that for a little while, and then he gets bored with that and he decides that he wants to give back and help the community, so he decides that he's going to be a teacher. He goes and he becomes a middle school shop teacher, and on the first day of any kid's shop class, he would always lecture them on the importance of safety and how dangerous power tools could be right before drilling a hole directly into his wooden prosthetic leg, but the kids didn't know that at the time. After that, he finally does truly retire, and in his retirement, he forms a relationship with the armored units out of Fort Hood. They bring him out there, they let him drive in an M1 Abrams tank for the first time. He's blown away at how much better they are than the tanks that he drove during World War II. They also have him as the guest of honor at all their military events where he commonly gets to speak and he gets to know all the guys. And then in 1990, they're sent off to fight in Desert Storm. If you don't know, Desert Storm is considered to be the last great tank battles the world has ever seen. The last time that tanks were going toe-to-toe with one another on the battlefield. And the entire time that his guys were out there, Lafayette Poole was back home, glued to the news, watching it every single moment of every single day. And as Desert Storm, and by extension tank versus tank warfare, would come to a close, so would Lafayette Poole. His health began to decline and he would pass away at the age of 71 on May 30th, 1991, the very same day that he received word that his armored unit out of Fort Hood had made their way to Germany safely on their way back home to America, because Desert Storm was over. Bringing a close not only to tank warfare as the world knew it, but the life of one of the greatest men to ever do it. So, in conclusion, if this has taught us anything, never underestimate what you can accomplish by cheating on your next eye exam. Thank you for watching. The best way to support the channel is go buy some merch on
I have bad
fatmanfiction.com, and don't forget to go check out War Thunder, where you can play as In the Mood yourself.
Guess what?
Whack bang.
Fuck you. I'm
out.
I want in. Suck my dick.
Ugh, I can hear all the weird German internet fanboys already. You know, the Germans actually had a tank commander that had like 100 enemy tank kills, blah, 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 blah. That's more than Lafayette Poole, blah. Yeah, you know what? Here's the deal. If you want to be MVP, your team has to win. Secondly, quit simping over the German military. It's weird. Germans don't even do that. Grow up. Thanks for watching.
Exactly. Another thing I found is a channel I found is Real Mechanics Stuff, and one of their recent videos is tank mechanics react to tank fails.
Tanks are tough, but they might not be as indestructible as you think. Oh my God, it happened!
Today we brought in real active duty tank experts to break down what happens when tanks are pushed past their limits. Let's see the first clip.
All right, tank on the street. Number one problem.
Exactly.
Okay, we got a dude hanging out at the top. Is that okay? Oh, he spun out! Oh!
That's kind of what we call turret surfing.
Oh, yeah?
All the way up the top. We discourage against that.
I was about to ask.
We discourage.
Cool. That definitely looks like a safety concern.
You had to think about how to
speeding
word
down
that.
a wet street
we
might
discourage
also
it.
be a safety concern.
Do they not
Well,
have
we still do it. We discourage it, but we will still do it.
Russian-style
because
tank, they usually,
fuck
our
it is
tanks
fuck.
have kind of rubber pads on the bottom of it, but theirs are generally straight
Is it
metal.
all metal?
And
Yeah,
so
it
on
looks
a slick
like it.
surface like that, he's going to be cruising. I'm Colonel Tim Ferguson. I'm the commander of the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment at Fort Irwin, California, and I've been tanking for about 25 years.
Now, is the guy sticking out of the top, is he actually driving it, or is he just hanging out?
No, so he'd be the tank commander. He's responsible for everything that tank has going on, and his driver is probably, you can see where the long barrel of the gun tube is. His driver's sitting under that in what we call the hull. So you got the hull and you got the turret. The driver's going to do what the tank commander tells him
He's
to
probably
do.
like, no, sir, I don't think we can do it.
Yeah, so he might have been like, hold my beer, let's go do this and see what happens. Tanks, they're big, they're heavy, but they've got a lot of power.
Yeah.
And when they get going, they can get going. He's got several hundred, maybe 1,000 horsepower in that vehicle. That tank's gonna probably run in about the 40-ton, 50-ton range. RM1s are up there in about the 60 to 70-ton range.
Holy crap.
So
it's got to weigh more than my house.
you gotta have that armor, you gotta have that firepower, and you gotta have that engine to push it along. So
Yeah.
He's probably got something bad in his pants right now.
Oh, for sure.
Next clip. All right. Oh, we're going mudding.
Little water crossing.
Oh God, I hope his seals are good.
Okay, the barrel is staying out.
That driver is right now he's under
a foot under.
He's a couple feet underwater.
That doesn't look good. It's not moving anymore. No, and they look very confused.
So either all of his seals are working intact and all the water's staying outside, or it's slowly trickling inside like you're sinking on a submarine. Hoping for the first one, but you know. My name is Staff Sergeant Mason Couture. I am a tank master gunner.
Ideally, you would be able to do this, right? Like a tank's pretty much waterproof.
Yeah, well, it's
Everything
supposed
is-
to be able to, forward and get through obstacles and different type of terrain.
So where is the intake on one of these? Does it have sort of like a snorkel setup?
You know, your air is coming in generally over here.
Okay.
And then it's cycling through, and then we have a 1,500 horsepower turbine engine in the tank, and it's kind of exhausting out here.
Sure.
So keep that water level about your skirts. We call these the skirts on the side, help protect your track. Rooting along there, you should be okay.
Look, if you're taking any vehicle into water, just make sure it can breathe. Just like you need to breathe, it needs to breathe.
And then
Today's sponsor, Conflict of Nations, is a free online PvP strategy game that puts you in control
This is
of
a
a real
weird
country
game.
in a real World War III setting. Fight with up to 128 players in real-time
basically
battles
teaching people,
as
hey,
you attack and
how-
defend with a variety of
according
units
to
like tanks,
AI,
jets,
how will
nuclear
the world
submarines,
fight World
and
War
plenty
III?
more. Go to war with your neighbors and find friends to forge alliances with. The choice is all yours. Conflict of Nations lets you
Would you
play with the
just
same account
want
on
the AI to
both
be like,
PC
oh, it'll be
and
America,
mobile.
because
And if you click the link below
everything,
right now, you'll get
and
an
I do
exclusive
mean
gift to get the upper
everything
hand on the
says
enemy. I'm
America
talking
has the upper
13,000
hand.
gold
The
and 1
closest
month
ones would
of
be
premium
China
subscription
and Russia.
for free. But strike fast because the offer is
Maybe
only good
Korea
for
with
30
nuclear
days.
weapons, but
Download
the
Conflict
closest
of
would be
Nations today. Just click the link
Russia
below and you'll get 13,000
China.
gold and 1 month of premium
First thing
subscription
racing, but
for
they have
free
a bit more.
for a limited time. Next clip.
Not the NCO. I forget what NCO stands
So there you can see the driver. That's where he sits.
All right.
All right, so looks like we got Abrams
to that turbine.
stuck in some mud. They're trying to get it out.
Mud's just one of those things where you're just like, damn.
Yeah.
And
this monstrous vehicle can't make it through some mud. Dude, mud is brutal.
Poor tank.
It's one thing with a truck, but a tank, a tank stuck's crazy.
not only do I have to get out of this, but then I got to go back and I got to clean this tank too. It is not,
That's a good point.
It's not a
that
fun
stuff is
time.
gonna get caked in there. What do you use to get a tank unstuck? Another tank?
A good tanker is going to exhaust every effort to get out themselves.
Before asking for any help.
Because if you
I
have
think
to
they
call
just
a
look at it,
recovery
what you talking
crews,
about?
or you have to ask your fellow
Yeah,
tankers.
you're
to
gonna
do
get
it
a
for
new
you.
nickname, bro.
Well, you're gonna probably owe them something.
Right along the side, those are tow ropes.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I
You
actually
tell
have
the
two
difference
of them.
between the
One for,
older guy and
two
the
for
newer
you
guy.
and
The
two
older
for your
guy's like,
battle plan. You can actually pick 'em up.
we're going to do everything we can before
Have
we
you ever
ask for
gotten a
help.
tank stuck?
Newer guy.
Absolutely.
Oh, we just got tow ropes.
Damn.
So like this almost.
Sounds
It was
familiar.
in Canada, and we were at the point where the vehicle just like starts to slowly sink.
Oh.
And it was my tank commander was like, "Hey, back up, back up, back
Get
up."
out! Get out!
The more experience your tank commander gets, he can notice certain noises that just don't sound right, so he can stop. Usually, his tracks stop popping real loud. They're like, "Hey, stop real quick, and let's go check track."
And these guys are just stuck playing in the mud.
Yep.
This next clip features a mistake you never want to make when working on the unique engine of the M1 Abrams tank.
We've had to cut the turbine shaft.
Well, that just
To
sounds
rare
bad
sight.
already.
See, that's the main turbine to compressor coupling. And I'm about to drop this little screw, that screw, down through the compressor so you can all hear the terrible sound you never want to hear when working on turbine engines.
Wow.
Sergeant Gunner.
Sounds like a xylophone.
It's just
that
like,
noise.
A lot of fins
Mhm.
to pull down the engine.
I mean, it's sort of like an airplane engine, right?
That's essentially what it is. It's just
Well, yeah, it's
compressed
literally
air
a turbine.
mixed with
It's a
fuel and
fucking
then
jet
push
engine.
that to the drive.
So it turns the drive shaft, which in turn turns the sprocket, and then that rotates the track. So the air goes in here.
And it goes through what we call a pre-cleaner, which is a big, series of vents and filters, and then it goes down through the pre-cleaner into what we call the V-packs, which are essentially large air filters.
And then it goes into the air intake, which goes back this way. That's the whole engine, and then you have your actual transmission back here as well.
It works well in all conditions. I think probably the biggest limitation on it, it consumes a lot of fuel. We also have a system that that will clean off the V-packs themselves. We call it a pulse jet system. So if you ever watch a tank and it's just sitting there and every now and then you see a little poof out the back, that's the pulse jet pushing some of that debris out of there.
Well, I suppose it's not surprising, but it seems like they thought of everything.
They really did. It is an amazing design machine.
I'll keep an eye out for any farts out the back moving forward. These next clips come from an event called the International War Games, where Russia and its allies compete against each other in a tank Olympics.
And last year's competition was the worst one on record. Let's see what happens. Hey, see, that's a cool shot. Yeah, until he cuts over. Oh, no.
Bam.
Oh, no.
Oh, Zimbabwe got knocked off.
Looks like he's getting lost.
Whee!
Oh God, that crew is
Holy crap.
beat the hell in
Yeah, I mean, he's got like 3 inches of air, but that seems humongous when it's a tank.
Well,
Hope
3
you're
inches
wearing
of
a
air
helmet.
from the back. That's not including the
harness,
front.
nothing.
It's dropped even more.
Not only do you have like your weapons and stuff in the track, but you got your like personal stuff. So that's not usually all the way strapped down.
Projectiles.
Yes.
What that is.
If I was a gunner in this situation, you're gonna have your eye like actually in the sight, and if that driver hits anything or hits the brake, it's like getting smacked in the face.
And so you can see each of the wheels that are driving the tread kind of individually articulating. Is there like actual suspension in there, or do they just kind of float?
You know, we use kind of what we call a torsion bar, which is these, you know, kind of long rods that go across the bottom. If you're actually looking at a tank, the wheels aren't perfectly aligned to each other on each side because they're set to the torsion bar, so they're actually kind of staggered a little bit. And that twisting of the metal is what, you know, you'll see the wheels go up and down independently on their arms, and that's what kind of makes the tank ride very, very smooth.
All that weight coming down at once.
So you could break all your torsion bars, you could break your shocks, road wheels could crack in half, your track could just come off.
Well, that was a fun Olympics. Let's go to the next clip.
Here's the one that we started with.
It's like another tank course. Another guy
And-
flying, and
Whee!
oh my God, it happened! It actually happened! Someone has done it!
I think they were just trying to do a cool skid, which turned into a bad stop. And,
Yeah,
and
it's
they're
just
hurting in
buried
there
into
right
the
now.
dirt.
Oh yeah, tumbling around in just a metal coffin, basically.
yeah.
We actually trained for like if something were to happen like this in a rollover situation, brace yourself.
You can just see, like, when it digs in there, it's just flipping, and once that tonnage is going, it's just going to keep on going.
And with how heavy a tank is, I mean, could it do just damage to the turret and it's like rotating assembly?
Absolutely. So, I mean, as it makes impact with that ground,
it's just rocketing onto the roof.
You could literally almost knock that turret right off. The tank's going to need some serious time in the motor pool.
Oh my God.
It's a lot of money no matter what.
Right.
Well, he almost made the full barrel roll, but maybe he'll get it next time.
Yeah.
Take a look at the next clip.
All right,
Look at that,
different
War
kind of
Daddy.
tank. This looks a lot older.
This looks
It's
a little
an old Sherman tank from World War II. I guess we got some reenactors, maybe?
Sounds like it's misfiring.
God damn it, War Daddy, you broke your engine again.
Oh, where's the get up and go?
Uh-oh.
The Sherman was like the primary U.S. tank for World War II.
Yeah.
You know, that's a very historical tank, so I'm sure it takes a lot of work.
Like how you
to
can
kinda
tell the
keep that
difference
operating.
between how
Yeah, his little
the
Sherman
metal
just looked like it
working
stopped.
from the
It
Sherman
was
to the
overheated.
Abrams.
I know
Like
about
the Abrams is a lot
overheating
cleaner and
vehicles
smoother.
with engines.
But once that Sherman got into enough light, you can see all the
understand
rough
this. So does
air
it have sort of a
bubbles with the
traditional radiator? And if so, where does that thing live?
crudely
Yes,
forged
it has kind of like
steel.
the radiator function. It would be in that kind of rear area behind the turret.
So
there.
interesting.
There's
to think
radiators
about
on the
that.
back right here. And then on top of that, there is an AC unit on the top to
AC!
cool all the computers down.
Oh, it's not for you.
Damn!
No, it's not for us.
Just shove your head inside a PC.
1 point for the Humvees. They've got AC. All right, we're loading up on the trailer. Getting a little wheelie going, right?
And
oh,
And down it goes.
Oh, here we go again. Oh, we got a compilation this time. He went a
Too
little
much.
fast, and he fell on the side.
Well, the trailers just aren't wide enough for the tanks, guys. What are you doing?
You know, as it starts to elevate, most of those drivers are in a position where they can't see anything in front of them. So
You can imagine this is 72 tons. and it goes on to a train car or a thing, it's gonna make it bend and all that. You're gonna feel it come on.
The way we load ours too, where he is standing, that's not where he would be, because if something does go wrong, he's in the way of the tank.
Even in an automotive shop, you don't stand directly in front of the car.
No,
You stand
ours
off
would
to
be
the
up
side.
on kind of the the part where the trailer meets up with the tractor.
Sure.
I mean, it looks like he got hit by the barrel.
No.
Oh, real close.
But I would say too that it looks like speed, and it looks like maybe they weren't just aligned. It's always tight, even ours. I mean, it's on our what we call our heavy equipment transporters. It's kind of hanging over the side, but it's designed to fit it.
And probably just barely. I mean, it's got to be able to fit in a lane on the road.
Sure.
So do you think the tank driver or the person guiding is like going to be in trouble when he gets back to base?
And you're going to have to answer some very hard questions. And, and it's going to be an interesting conversation.
I didn't
'cause it's
break
probably
it,
gonna
I'm sorry.
So see what happened was
The trailer moved. Yeah.
All right, let's look at the next clip.
The trailer had a parking brake on it. It moved.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Just knocking them off?
Oh.
How do you miss a whole nother vehicle with at least 6 people on top of it?
So you know how like in a car you have blind spots. Well, imagine this is what you can see, and everything is a blind spot.
Yeah. So where are like the areas of visibility? So for the driver and
so the driver is
turret
really
operator.
kind of looking on kind of an arc, off the front here, because he's got 3 vision blocks, so you can kind of see this front arc.
That's his vision, right there. These little things right here. Imagine driving around LA like that.
And then every crew member's got their responsibility. So the gunner, he's looking generally the direction of where the gun is pointing. If they're up out of the hatch, the loader has a sector of responsibility, and the tank commander has overall responsibility for everything. So whoever's in charge of that tank owes that crew an apology.
How do you steer a tank?
So it's like a motorcycle.
And you kind of just, if you want to go faster, you kind of throttle up. If you want to go slower, you just kind of let that throttle down.
Interesting.
And just turning it is you just turn it the direction you
Yeah.
want to go. If you could ride a bike, you can drive a tank.
Nice. All right. Well,
there you
I'll
go.
pick you up on that.
Josh,
Absolutely.
I don't know if
We all
you're
know
Jack,
Hollywood
but,
loves the drama of
you
tanks
can
in a
drive
combat
tank.
zone.
Let's see if there's any truth in
Yeah.
the scene.
Oh, this.
Okay. Can tanks go highway speeds?
No.
Not.
All right. How fast are we going right now?
So he's
And what is he doing? A rolling burnout? How are the?
He's driving a Mustang, it looks like.
Yep.
If he's doing like 70, 80 miles an hour, I'd think that tank's probably not catching it.
Yeah, there also isn't that much room in a tank.
Oh, really? I was about to say the windshield looks a little big.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh my God. I hate it.
Since when can a Mustang outweigh a goddamn tank?
Superhero.
No, he didn't. That's Vin Diesel,
Yeah,
dude.
that's true.
Oh my God. A ridiculous scene.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Too much, even. What is like a reasonable top speed for a modern tank?
I'd say, anywhere between 40, 50 miles an hour.
Right, and that's hauling in a
That's
tank.
hauling. That is hauling.
Your track would start expanding a little bit too far and like go off.
I don't see him catching a sports car on a highway.
Yeah, like that's just crazy.
Plus, once that car was kind of under the track like that,
Yeah,
it'd
you just
be
get eaten up.
It would not be pushing
Yeah,
him
like
ahead.
right. It would just go.
Yeah. I mean, it could certainly drag the car, no
Yeah.
problem.
That cable would snap. Theoretically, if that cable didn't snap, it would probably bend this.
Okay.
And that's what
Buddy!
Is this where it catches on the bridge and flips the tank? Yeah, that's not happening either.
Yeah,
That's-
right. It would just snap that chain, absolutely shell the car, anything other than
The car would have just
tank.
disappeared,
Yeah.
and the tank would still keep rolling. That's
And then the jump, the catch. Oh my God, that is so Fast and Furious.
even the scenes on the inside of the tank, how spacious it is.
Yeah, it looked like they were in like
and
a
the computer
full room.
screens and everything.
If we were in a tank, we'd be like this.
Oh, yeah.
This next clip shows a tank fail from before any of us were even born. Black and white. Going through a ditch. I mean, he could have drove around it, but I assume this is for a test, and he rolled it.
It's also like there's no trench 20 feet that way.
And the driver's still going.
Well, he's just like falling
Yeah.
into the control.
So my guess is they're probably trying to practice, getting across.
It can get really dangerous, especially if it's like a deep fall and then goes right back up. If you're going any sort of quick speed, like 10 plus, it could really hurt you.
I've never heard 10 being quick.
10 miles an hour and then you get quickly stopped with a whole bunch of metal around you, it might hurt.
Yeah, for real. Maybe this is just part of the round find out phase.
I don't know if I'd want to just flip it just to find out. I'd rather kind of watch him do it. But.
One thing I've noticed as we look at the older tanks versus the new tanks is it seems like they've gotten a little shorter, a little wider, a little longer, so you've got a lower center of gravity, so that would probably bode well for a newer tank, right? Be a little tougher to flip.
You know, the gun tubes aren't as long. You know, if I was in an Abrams today doing that, I would want to make sure that my gun tube, you know, I don't lawn dart it and put it into the dirt. Like I've either traversed it into the rear, you know, like something like that, so I can go in and come out.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's definitely something good to keep in the
the
old lines.
I'm not damaging my weapon system, and I definitely want to be able to take it square.
Yeah. Well, Colonel Tim Ferguson, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. It was
It's
a
been
pleasure.
A
A lot of fun.
Thank you for coming on, man.
If you want to see even more experts break down viral clips, click here. We'll see you next time on Real Mechanic Stuff.
Oh yeah, this one. This is just becoming.
When mechanics don't have all the fancy tools, we do what we
YouTube
gotta do.
reaction.
Today we're reacting to
straight
some of the
now.
most ingenious and dangerous mechanic videos from some of the most remote places on Earth. First clip.
I like this one though. This is something I would do.
Look at that. Yeah, straightening up those fins.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Amazing.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. That's very nice.
My dad's gonna watch this clip, be like, "Let's start doing this again." You see? I'm like, nope.
It is a lost art, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's all. That's beautiful right there.
That's dope. Yeah, that's cool. I wish we did more of that. But
It's something I would
you don't
do
even
just because
see radiators
I like breaking
with solid
shit,
tanks
like
like that
putting
anymore.
stuff on
Everything's
it.
got plastic
Plastic.
tanks now. Yeah.
They blow up.
Yeah.
Replace it. I
Everything
guess
used to be, man, back when they were brass.
that was tight. That was tight.
That's legit radiator repair.
That's actually beautiful right there.
Yeah, very satisfying.
Props.
I'd say 90% of the radiators that have failed that came into my bay were the tanks failing, where they seal up against either the radiator where the plastic meets up against the aluminum, or the plastic tank just cracks altogether. The seam and the plastic are the weak links of the radiator most of the time, and nobody repairs those. So most of the time you are just replacing those.
Old school style, you can repair all the time. It don't matter, like, you block those two lines, cop them off like that, boom, solder it through and you're chilling.
They just don't make them like they used to,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
that nobody really makes those.
They're not built to last anymore.
You
They're
won't
built
find
to
these
warranty.
places to
Mhm.
repair them
Fucking bullshit.
like you used.
Next clip.
Case in point, I have a 1985
That's a battery.
toy.
We gotta learn something from them. Look at that.
Still in good condition. The only
He's
thing it
rebuilding
lost
batteries.
is its stickers.
Like a champ.
Other than that, it is in damn good condition.
Satisfying.
I'm gonna start
Paint
wearing sandals too.
chipping, For the most part.
It's like something like more power or more manly or.
Wow.
You know what's funny? Everybody's gonna say you do everything, but I used to do that.
Rebuild batteries?
Yeah, batteries, and I used to solder all the radiators, repair them, and all that, save them.
That's just the culture now, though. Like, you just replaced, you don't repair
you don't
anymore.
repair.
Lead acid batteries have cells in them, and each cell is going to have a positive and negative plate. You're going to have a separator, and then you're going to have an electrolyte. And what happens is we're turning chemical energy into electrical energy, and it is a transfer of electrons from one side to the other. And once one side has emptied out its electrons, it's dead, right? And then when you recharge it, the electrons are coming back to the other side. Over time, you'll start to get a slow crank because you start to build resistive material. Then you end up with less and less current. That's where you start to get slow cranks, dim lights, and all of that. So sometimes batteries will give you some hints as to when they're starting to go bad. Sometimes it just happens like that.
This guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. They're actually selling that probably to you guys. And you guys are like, oh no, this is brand new. Like, no, bro, like somebody repaired
No, go
it,
back to
somebody
the old
saved it,
stuff.
somebody brought it back to life.
For the most
Super
part.
legit.
I don't
People
go back to
seal the
old
battery. I
computers.
mean, look at the terminals too. The molding, like, it
have
looks
little molding
like
caps
clean.
already.
Oh, you don't want to have slow dial-up internet anymore?
Let's let those electrons
No,
flow
I don't
into
want to
the
wait
next clip.
50 hours
charge into
just
the
for
next
one picture to load up.
If you find yourself in a situation
all the shit
where
I was doing
you're
today
maybe
with
the engine
Unity,
you're running run.
would take
well,
me months.
Sometimes you have to find something else.
That drive shaft?
What? Is that an axle as a
What now?
He's
That's
using
more
a,
like a drive
Is that like a
scooter?
lawnmower engine?
Scooter motor? It's a motorcycle motor, an automatic one. Well, then Jeep sucks because they don't even want to use their own motor. So,
hey.
You can see we've got like a U-joint that he was taken off of drive shaft, welded to a CV axle that looks welded to input shaft to the transmission. Very interesting. You know, I'm impressed.
MacGyver would be impressed.
I think MacGyver would definitely
be
impressed.
Vinyl design
approved.
on a shirt.
That thing's probably got 50 horsepower, maybe.
It'll probably be sluggy getting out.
10 foot-pounds of torque.
Yeah,
if you were to sell this
but once you're going,
kind of thing,
does it even have brakes?
Let your creativity loose.
I don't know.
But
You're not going fast enough to need them.
I took one of my old sleeveless muscle shirts, and I on the back I found a quote from fucking Pinterest that said Jeep rules, and it was just talking about like all the stereotypes.
It runs no matter what.
I don't give a shit about how your
Switch
hair is.
does is it creates a
Keep arms and legs
drawbridge for
inside the vehicle.
electrons to flow.
There may be no
In order
doors, but
for an
keep 'em
electrical
inside
circuit
type
to
shit.
run, whether that be
I
a
just
motor,
put that
a
entire
light,
thing on the back of
anything you want, a heater, I need electron flow and I need pressure pushing those electrons. A switch
I
is
still have a
simply
few of
a
those
drawbridge that's going to close that gap and allow for flow. When I don't want flow, I open
I
the
used
switch.
them all up.
I've actually
I used
done
them all up, and most of them
on a Honda
deteriorated because
Ruckus. I've done the same thing. Not one. Not
It was
one-
decent
not
vinyl,
with a door
but
lock.
it's still
But
cheap.
a
It's
similar
fucking
idea.
high
Just
school.
actually just like put them together and that's it. And rock and roll.
So.
Because I would have just put those two wires together and let's
That's
go.
what I would have done. I feel like it's a little
That's kind of overkill.
Yeah.
Well, my sister
You don't need no key.
has one of those like really tiny
Let's
vinyl
switch to the next
cutters
clip.
for making vinyl stickers, and
Okay.
she has said that if I wanted
This
to,
is
I could
actually
use
like
that
not
for
backyard at
quote
all.
unquote merch.
It's not bad.
Well, here's the thing. Over time, what does happen to rotors is they get a real shiny finish on them, almost like a mirror, and we call that glazing. Well, the problem is you're going to lose stopping power because what allows you to stop is friction. The pad against the rotor creating heat. So he's putting that surface finish back in it to make it rough, so you have more friction.
Brake rotors, they need
Just
that
change
grit
that rotor
because fucking
But if you are in a place
steel on
where you
steel is
can't get
actually quite
rotors,
frictionless. That's why
you're maybe you're not worried about that.
trains use steel wheels on steel
It's
tracks
good. When you can't get any
because
rotors,
there's very low friction.
let's spin into that next clip. Okay.
I see that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this
There's
one.
actually in Mexico right
There's like a
there.
Volkswagen in the back here. Yeah.
There's like one of my uncles.
I'm impressed.
I would be
You know,
stuck.
he like just
I would
with his
know
chest and
without a doubt.
pushed
I would
it up.
just
Two
start
little bolts.
I
and
can lift
it's
it.
How
on
many
there.
benches?
2
Like,
seconds
Yeah,
later.
but that's typical. You
breathe,
see
it's
that?
stuck on my
I seen that a lot.
this is the common practice for Volkswagens and Porsches because it's much easier to go from underneath. The only thing that might be hard, since he doesn't have anything holding the engine up, is to like hold it in place while you're putting your motor mount bolts in. I mean, this is not his first rodeo, so maybe he's holding it up with his chest while he's doing it. I don't know.
Or his face.
I approve.
That's why they used to jack your Volkswagen motors so fast. 20 minutes and the whole car was pulled apart.
I can't mention Volkswagen motor. That's my new goal though.
Imagine her all swelled up, like walking around like.
And she comes in, it's just like
step aside.
You're gonna
fucking
call me
JoJo
Angela?
head ass.
Going into the next clip.
Putting an engine in a car is one thing. Taking it out, that's a different beast altogether. Let's take a look.
Oh,
Okay.
Now,
Damn.
you got 5 minutes. Take out this engine. Go. Huh? All right.
Like a deadlift sumo squat,
wow.
bro.
Look
Full
at his
on block.
arms just like flexing
That's
so
heavier
bad.
than the Volkswagen.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh yeah. Where are you taking
Dude,
to?
this
Where are you walking?
guy.
Bro.
No, that's a
Okay,
flex.
That's a full flex.
That's a full
Hey,
flex.
That's a full
Hey,
flex.
it's my old
I
car.
am very impressed.
Right next to it.
Somebody
the
bring me
silver
motor.
How many works
four-door.
out?
Somebody bring me a motor.
It's like Corolla.
I can do this.
I
I
guess
got
it
this. I'm gonna be like this, like, check it out, guys. You guys didn't see that?
The way somebody like me would have to do this. I have to use what they call a cherry picker. You use a hydraulic mechanism to lift it up.
It's one athletic. Cool.
Let's take a look at that next clip.
I'm not athletic.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, that's one way to do it.
Okay. Hey! Oh, wow.
Punch that motherfucker. Bang.
I just took it out on it.
That's a stress relief.
No, Mom, I won't clean my room.
Yeah.
Now.
So, a 19.5 will be like this. Like, it won't be like this flat. It'll be like this, tapered, like that. So when you throw that tire in, it'll slide in there smoothly, and then this side too will slide in there smoothly. And that's why you could be able to pop it in really fast because there's no actual lip like this. It's not a bad way he's doing it. He's actually doing it pretty tight.
Like utilizing the weight of the wheel to...
Yeah, that's actually probably like a tire shop, so he's doing it the right way. It just, they're putting that fool to work.
Tires are fucking heavy.
Oh, you up a little. Where's Sandra going?
You can also use the weight of the vehicle to pop the tire off the bead.
Yeah, but still. It's still heavy shit.
Look at that, yeah. That's neat.
Hey, yo, can I have
Are
that?
those built into those like that?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Can I have
They're
that?
built
I
into
want
them, so
that.
like that they like.
They can
I can
shift
parallel
it
park
over.
like
That
the,
makes sense.
like the greatest
Sometimes they're
motherfucker
stuck
in
in
the
certain
world.
places.
Or
and
if you
they're-
need to park
Just
it
give me,
in
like,
like
2
if you're
hours.
like
You suck at driving?
yeah, maybe yeah.
Well, yeah, that's proper. That's you see that a lot. They put those little shocks in the back. Well, not little. It's a strong ass shock, so they can move the back end of it.
That's cool that it's pivoted like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's actually pretty handy.
Because you can move it to the other side and it'll do the same thing. I've seen them in Salvador. I've seen them in Mexico. I've seen them other places. But you won't see that.
Just
here
wait till
because
Fast and Furious hears about it. It's like, oh,
That's
we
why
don't
you don't
see
see that.
probably makes
You don't see that because
One singular tiny actual shock
Let's go to the
stops
next
an
clip.
entire fucking convoy. of
Okay, we're on a
trucks.
lathe. Whoa.
That is how we're going to flip our next semi.
It's cutting a groove.
They have a lathe. I don't even have a.
No, right? That's pretty.
That's a bad lathe too, though. Hey, you're talking about measurements.
He was. Yeah, he got the little caliper out.
I like
With
how he
sandals on
just
the whole
took
time
one
and
like
thumbs
a
up at the
welding
end?
mask.
Yeah.
That was
Or
just
sounds
like
like a
this
Mentos commercial, like.
and just put it in front of
Fresh
his
make.
face.
Fresh maker. He was adapting like a whole like
Rear
wheel
end.
assembly onto a rear diff.
It broke and he's welded it back together.
That was like a
First-
legit. That
yeah.
was pretty legit.
Look at the welds.
Yeah.
Solid.
I'm impressed, man.
In those places, it's more simple for them to repair, like in the form of cut it off and put a new piece on. They replace it
Yeah.
because obviously, where are you gonna get the part from?
Right. That's a pretty heavy
You
duty
steal it.
lathe too. You don't see a lot of those around.
Just
Or
go
quick.
to
Well, that's fine.
your neighbor and just, oh, damn.
How rude.
I mean, they are in California.
It might look backyard, but I feel like it's
Yeah.
not. It's definitely not. Like
That's-
that's a legit.
That's top tier shop right there. Can I get a next clip?
Oh, yeah. Hey, you need a drink?
Ah.
Hold on, I'll get you a drink. Just lift up the
Dude, he's getting
floorboard.
real intimate with that trans right there.
The fuck?
Excuse me? Say that again?
Let's turn on the Barry Manilow or Barry White.
Yeah, turn on that
Okay,
trans, bro.
well, I don't see him actually
Gotta
showing
work
though.
it. Gotta work the magic.
Yeah.
Gotta work that
Why is he
finger magic,
smiling
my
like
guy.
that too? I'm never trying to shift
He's just having
something
fun.
with
He's just having
with my
fun.
finger, so I don't know if that's possible or not. I will say you would have to put in some serious effort because you lost all the leverage of your shifter.
He's not shifty.
It's very weird.
It's automatic.
And the smile on his face.
That's gross.
You're creeping Sandro out, man.
Yeah, look at that fool.
Look
Just
at
staring
that.
at me. Don't be looking at me.
So he's making eye contact
Don't
with you.
make eye contact with me.
He's trying to mew.
The shift into that exit.
He's trying to mew. And I was like, oh shit, we got a
Okay.
bad edge of tire. right
Okay.
there.
Hell yeah.
Shit.
Oh,
Hell
wow. Look
Hell
at
yeah.
that.
I've done that. I've done that. Sorry for whoever I did it for. But I've done that. It
I'm
works.
sorry for
Okay.
whoever I did
It
that
works.
for.
Okay. So I will say, as much props as I give him. Whoa, hold on here. Okay, as much props as I give him for making his own patch and doing some stitch work, that stitch work was top notch right there. you're not really ever supposed to do tire repair to the sidewall.
So
but he
so-
did stitch it.
Okay, so you're privileged.
You're right. I'm talking from privilege right
there you
now.
go.
Maybe he can't get a
There
tire
you
patch.
go, there you
Maybe he can't
go.
get another tire.
So what you do, you don't, maybe not as tight as that. A couple of times you just go 3, like 1, 2, 3, just so it doesn't open up.
Right, yeah.
So what he's doing in the back, he's sealing it too with tar.
Yeah.
So like that, it doesn't open up
That
the
part's,
stitches.
yeah.
You don't want it to grow a bubble.
Yeah.
Then he heats it up. It works.
Personally, I probably, I'd say it's kosher, but I definitely, I wouldn't do it, like I said, from a liability standpoint. I'm not trying to get sued.
Yeah, she's doing that like corporate. So yeah, like that for stumps, I would do it.
Yeah, especially if you're not, you're not in a place of privilege where you can get tires just readily available. Yeah.
Angeline.
Let's roll into that next clip.
They're right there.
We got a blueprint.
This was bad. I'm pretty sure. Hell yeah, he's bad.
What was that? That was interesting editing.
They're making a clay
What
Bugatti.
are they doing? Oh, like a prototype.
No, it's a fun
Yeah,
car.
yeah. They're making out of clay.
That's heavy shit,
They're driving
bro.
that car, bitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the stands. You see the stands?
Oh no!
It's literally
they made
just
the mold out of
the,
clay and then they fiberglass underneath it. Is that what that looked like? Yeah,
never mind.
That makes okay.
Fiberglass.
And the Toyota motor in there.
That makes much more
Chassis all
sense.
done up.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
stupid. I watched this video, but it was one that I was using to go to sleep to.
Look at that.
And
Is that a Bugatti?
It looks like
They
Wow.
built themselves an entire fucking Bugatti.
Oh my gosh! Wow, yeah.
Bugatti comes in. All right, we're gonna have to sue you guys for.
And this is how Bugattis are made.
How much does it cost for one Bugatti?
That's why you guys pay
All
so.
right, a couple
We pay
billion.
so much money.
But we made
Damn,
it cheaper. Too bad. Hand it over.
flexin'. Look at that.
Little Nikes
It's full on
on. Are those made out of
clickbait.
clay?
Got that full on clickbait.
I'm impressed.
Got the hot girl,
I
bro.
don't think I want to get into an accident in that car, but I'm very impressed. It looks very nice.
Where's the airbags?
Yeah, I would definitely not see.
Airbags?
I've never built a kit car.
Do we
but
need
I've
airbags?
registered kit cars. So yeah, you can get away with
You don't
a lot.
crash, you don't need
That's true, 'cause,
airbags.
I mean, they're not asking for proof of,
Yeah.
safety features, so.
As long as your windshield's like, big.
Right,
You
yeah.
have belts.
You have enough visibility.
Mechanically, you chose the right tool, Toyota motor.
Yeah, definitely. Very versatile, cheap.
Yeah,
the frame
Toyotas are fucking.
look kind of sketchy,
built
but I
different.
guess at this
Definitely.
point, who cares, right?
This guy's pulling.
I heard
People
what
left
you were
and
saying.
right.
I
He's-
heard what you were saying.
Leave some for the rest of us, man. Like that's.
He's pulling all the ladies, I know.
Yeah.
I
Luckily,
really give
he's
props
off
to all
in
third
the
world
fucking
countries.
sticks.
I do. Lots
Straight
props.
up. They have more stuff than we do.
The creativity, ingenuity, top notch.
They're bad.
If you want to see real mechanics react to sketchy JB Weld repairs, click right here. Or right there
Father advice, get a lathe in your house.
in your house, in the kitchen.
Get a lathe. My brain thought he said lake. I was like, wait. And then I realized it was just his accent, and he said lathe.
Repairing cars can be super dangerous if you don't know what you're doing.
So
I thought you said
break
laid.
down sketchy TikTok repairs.
I'm
I thought-
Angelina. That's Sandro.
I
We're
could
real
hear
mechanics.
that as well,
First
but
clip.
I heard lake. Oh, this one.
You just watch it burn. No.
Look at that.
They brought out the camera.
That's a new meaning to hot wire. What we have is a short, is what's
Yeah.
happening.
I see it a lot. If it's a cheap jumper cables, sometimes they burn.
If that insulation starts to become
Somewhat.
compromised, you can
I
get the
sorta
two
done
positive
that.
and negatives that short.
But it was
Either
not with an actual
The
car.
problem is
It
you know,
either
when nobody
melts
attempts to jump
because
in
it's
and
cheap,
try to remove
or you put it on the
that,
wrong
you're
damn
gonna
thing, or
damage
you
both
did it out of
batteries.
order.
I mean, worst
Crap.
comes to worst, they could have
Mhm.
a battery explode. People are always concerned that batteries have this huge thing on them that'll say this battery contains lead, but that battery also contains acid. Batteries do a thing when they're charging rapidly or discharging rapidly called gassing, where they'll get hydrogen gas that kind of hovers over the top of the battery. And if a spark occurs, well, we've all seen with the Hindenburg blimp what happens when we mix ignition with hydrogen. And it's an actual explosion that will peel the
Every now
hood
and then
clear
I-
back off of a
every
vehicle
now
in
and then
some
I'm like,
cases. And
why
then we
can't
have
we have
acid
blimps
flying
again?
everywhere. So I
Blimps
mean
were
that's like
dope.
worst case scenario,
acid
but
party?
an acid
An
party.
acid
Different
party.
kind of acid party.
If you smell something,
there is a
bad, you
blimp.
detect it too. That's an awesome.
Around, but it looks like a giant,
battery's about to give
giant
out,
butt.
It's gone.
I
And it
know.
can explode on you.
It's-
So it's like, be
But
very
everyone knows they
cautious
got
when
their
you're
inspiration
opening
for
your
the
hood. If it
design
smells
from
like
watching
egg,
Disney
I think you
moms.
go to a
Just
local
hang
spot
out.
and they can check it
Everyone
out.
knows
If
that.
they smell egg, switch it up.
Let's take a look at that next clip.
I want like just.
Oh! He does not have eyebrows anymore.
That looks cool.
I had that happen.
He is keeping that engine running with a starting fluid. A lot of times with vehicles, if you're trying to figure out if it's a spark issue or it's a fuel issue, pop off the air filter or air ducting where the throttle body is, and you will spray something combustible, starting fluid, carb clean, brake clean, while somebody is in there trying to keep the engine alive. And if the engine does start and continues to run, well, you know it's a fuel issue. If it doesn't, then maybe it's a spark issue or something else. But as long as you don't do that with a diesel, that is not a smart thing to do with a diesel. You will do damage, massive damage. Don't do that. Only gasoline vehicles you can do that. What happened is it had a backfire through the intake, and since he is spraying a combustible fluid, that well, combusted back in his face.
I think he's probably slanging it. His boy's inside with the throttle cable, just stepping on it. This was pumping it. He shot too much. Just a little bit, my dude. Just a little dab, like dab. That motor will stay on. Just little baby dabs. Baby dabs. Baby dabs. Wait.
Barely touch on it.
Just be safe.
Barely
Wear some
push on the
glasses.
throttle.
But I mean,
Push on the throttle. Okay, wait.
A shield. anything, just to protect your face.
Well, Chris, I actually kept the motor
I've
running,
never really used any safety
just
gear
spraying
on it,
straight starter fluid into it.
but I only
A full
do baby
can.
steps, so.
I sat there holding the can directly over the carburetor and just
Start.
emptied the whole thing into the engine,
What's going? Oh, we.
trying to figure out if it was doing something.
We got some alignment issues going on here. Whoa! Pulley missing. Oh! I know exactly what happened. This happened to me. I got a belt squeal. The squeal got this real loud ee! And then it just went quiet, like went away. And I knew exactly at that moment what happened. I knew I lost the pulley. One way you can tell a belt squeal from a bearing squeal is by using some sort of belt dressing or deodorant to put underneath the belt as it's running. And if it quiets, you know it's a belt or tension issue. If it doesn't, then you know it is potentially a bearing from one of the pulleys issue. But that's very common. If you let a bearing and one of the pulleys go bad for too long, that bearing will shear off that entire pulley, which is exactly what happened. It'd be like a 10-minute repair right there too.
Yeah, but it's common. A lot of mechanics won't work on their own cars. A baker doesn't want to go home and bake a cake. They'd rather go buy a cake. But there's some cars that everything's separate. Your AC is separate, your power steering belt is separate, your water pump and all the rest of the stuff is separate. So then you can get away with it.
It is with every
You gotta go
profession.
somewhere. Yeah,
You do
power
it for your
steering
job. You don't want to go
gives
home and
out,
do it
You
more.
can still drive back to your house
Mhm.
or to your local mechanic.
Yeah.
But
It's
if
the same
like
thing why
something like
doctors
this, you
make the
can't
worst
because
patients
it's
because
all
they
one-
also know
one
they
whole
also have
unit.
knowledge.
But that serpentine is going to
of
drive your
what
alternator,
could be an
which is
issue,
going
and
to
they
charge
always
the
go for
battery
the
or keep the
goddamn
battery
worst.
charged. It's also running all of the electronics inside
Mhm.
the vehicle. So if you lose your
Someone has
your
a
water pump
grandmother
is also
who
being
worked
driven
in
a
the
lot of times
ICU,
off of the
and
serpentine.
now
So the water
does
pump, if that's not
medication
driven for a
evaluation
period of time, or your alternator,
for
you
just make
could
sure
at
people-
worst blow a head
you still need to take the
gasket,
meds
warp the
type
heads,
thing.
and it can do some serious internal engine
I
damage if it
swear to
overheats for a
God,
long
every
period of
now and
time,
then,
or leave
whenever
you stranded.
any of my
When the
siblings
alternator
are
stops
by,
running,
start
you're now
complaining of
starting
some
a
kind of
clock on your
issue,
battery. Once that's
she
out, you're
immediately goes
out,
to,
and the car
maybe it's
will
cancer.
die, and you'll be stranded wherever you're at.
I
Your
swear
battery
to
lights
God.
on, your temperature, your gauge is going up, and the steering's like.
But her reasoning for always saying it's
Called tow
cancer is
Next
because
clip.
my mother is a heavy
I like the
smoker.
beard.
She smokes
I wish
about
I could grow a
a
beard. Oh,
pack or
That's
two
dope,
a
but I
day.
done that. I was doing it actually to loosen up the gun because it was.
It's a
so
bad
stiff,
habit, yes,
and
but
then I
we're not
hit
going
it,
to try and get her to stop
shot up,
because
and I was
she's
like, why
been
was I
doing
here
it since she was
I'm like,
well
Like you're
before
gonna be
she was
stronger
alive.
than the
I
impact.
was trying to turn it. Have you ever opened one of those?
Because of my
I
grandmother.
haven't.
There's a
but
bunch of
I
little
won't get into that.
holes,
That's
like
a little too
little
personal.
valve like this with a bunch of holes that
yeah.
shoots it in there. I was loosening it up and I was like, oh, it's pretty
So
tight.
it's
Mhm.
more along the lines of
I put more oil.
as
let me
much as
clean
we
it.
would
So
love
then
for
it
her
was
to
still
not
stuck,
smoke,
but it's because
and-
I sandwiched it wrong. I put it
have a
wrong
better
in the
chance of
bearing. I
having
didn't
her
I
around
put
for
it on,
longer.
so it was like touching,
It's
and I was
too
jamming
late.
it the whole time, and then it shot
It's
out with
been
boom,
way too
and I was like,
long.
oh,
And by
same
the
thing
time
happened.
she-
Except I didn't hit nothing because
we
it went
got
into
it
the air.
all
And then watching it right now, I'm like,
fixed
I'm done.
got her unaddicted.
Don't slap me in the
Her
face.
body would
You
already
usually
start
can open
deteriorating.
those and repair them. They charge you so much.
So.
Snap-on charges you a lot of money to do that, but it's not that crazy. It's just like it's one gasket in the middle and a bunch of little seals.
Yeah,
That's it.
I've only had mine warranted, so
Yeah.
yeah.
One of the things
we don't
that
have that luxury.
people like to joke around of why I was born with asthma is because
We
my
forget
mother
sometimes
smoked
how
while
strong
she was
certain
pregnant
tools that
with
we
me.
use are in our brains, thinking that you're stronger than the impact.
So I absorbed her.
He does look
lung
like a strong
issues
guy.
for the time being.
Be careful with air tools or any tools.
Power tools are only as dangerous as the person using them. Be careful when you're using power tools.
But the other thing is, it doesn't look like he was seeing if he was stronger. He was just seeing what it would do.
No.
If he just let go and have it fly up.
I'd never recommend anybody do that.
So
That's
you usually use a spring compressor. right?
the right way to do that would be to use a spring compressor. If you're at home, you can go rent one from AutoZone. They clamp on the spring and then you use a bolt that will pull the two clamp arms together. Even if you think you're gonna
I
avoid
like how
a
you use this
fail
as a
and
welding
you think
helmet.
you've got
Like,
it, oh,
bro,
it's gonna shoot
that's
off over
made
there.
to protect your
Springs
eyes,
on a
not
strut have
really
an incredible
shrapnel.
amount of stored force. You could really
Mhm.
hurt yourself or
I mean,
anybody
yes, it can
else that's
probably withstand
nearby
some
or
shrapnel.
damage
It's
something.
gotta
I
withstand
don't
heat
ever recommend
and
doing this.
Case of
As a business owner,
accidental
you hit
explosion
that Lincoln right
with
there,
a welder.
I mean,
Yeah.
say that
But
bolt
at the same
just
time,
taps the door.
that's different
that
than the
owner's gonna
compressed
be
spring.
pissed.
The right way
That's
to do
being
this
held in tension.
would be with proper tools. So don't do sketchy stuff like that, kids.
Oh!
That's happening.
Damn. I don't do a lot of buffing, but I've dabbled. That is not the way you would go in entering with a buffer like that, though,
Yeah,
right?
you're right, but you see, he caught the top. That's
Right.
what it up.
Oh, I see there too. Yeah, yeah.
When you're using things like that, I have a leather vest that I cover myself, even when I'm welding. Whoever does machining or any type of RPMs like that, you got to make sure that you don't have nothing that's flapping around.
Yeah.
Let's just say if you have long hair,
Yeah.
and your hair is hanging right here, you're looking like Slash, you think you're the best, right? That buffing wheel would just grab it and rip your hair off, and you'll be bald from that one spot for a cool minute or forever. I don't know.
Happened to me.
When you're working with tools like that,
Yeah, I
you
need
have
tools
to-
that spin or
you have to
machines.
learn, you have to learn your angles.
All right, let's buff into that next clip. Okay, so we got a high pressure power steering line that is Mickey Mouse clamped. You don't want to do that.
That's trash.
Yeah.
Ah.
Surge tank bracket welded to the chassis.
Welded rods onto
that's,
it.
That right there, way too much piston to wall clearance,
Yeah.
freshly rebuilt. Yeah.
Bluetooth.
bracket.
So
Hell
the
yeah.
intercooler is
Got
not
that
actually being
Bluetooth
held on
tech.
by the bracket, only probably by the fitting on the tubes.
Levitating like Chris Angel there like magic.
Let's back up to that oil drain for the turbo because
That's
that
just
is
up.
nuts. Okay, turbos get oiled through the engine's oiling system, especially the aftermarket turbos, and usually you'll have some sort of drain coming from that turbo routed through to the oil pan, and they've got like a Connects Lego set version
the-
of this with some hose
Yeah, they got the
clamps.
tactical
whole
hose
thing is
clamp.
gross. Somebody give me a bucket.
Maybe some
I understand
tactical
like
duct
with
tape
Jimmy's
as well.
together, but that's Jimmy's brother. That don't fly. That's when you don't go back.
Right.
Just have him fix
Yeah.
it, and now you know that you can't that mechanic.
Right.
That's it. Like that's not your mechanic. Because if he couldn't do a simple job like that, then he's really not gonna do something bigger.
Because you're putting a lot of trust in
Yeah.
somebody, especially if you're not a mechanic or a specialist
Yeah.
yourself. You're trusting that they know what they're doing and they're being
One
honest
bonus
with
of
you.
my
Once you find a
dad
good mechanic,
being
stick to
a
him, even
mechanic.
if he charges a lot.
You figure it is a skilled trade,
He
so don't
knows
go
how to
for the
do it,
cheapest
and-
work. Go for the fairest work.
Yeah.
What's a fair price to pay somebody for their skill and their time?
And it depends, because you're talking about an RB26. You're not gonna get a lot of mechanics that work on those.
Yeah, it's kind of a specialty deal.
Yeah, that's really hard. So you're gonna pay top dollar. If not, you're gonna get that. Oh.
Oh, look at that! It's like a makeshift slide hammer
Uh-huh.
that works in both directions.
What the?
What are they doing?
They invented a good ass tool.
No.
Whatever the it is, I give it to them.
I think it's a ratchet strap, maybe, or some sort of strap.
He has that flow though. Look at that.
I know. It's almost like at the gym when they're doing battle ropes. The difference between port fuel injection and direct injection. Port fuel injection, I have a fuel injector that is injecting fuel above the intake valve. Those don't see as much heat because they're usually mounted inside the intake manifold, which doesn't get near as hot as, let's say, like the actual cylinder head. On direct injected engines, the fuel injector is literally right next to the spark plug, and so the heat of that cylinder head is soaking into that injector, and injectors don't get changed out as often as, let's say, spark plugs do, and so over time you start to get melding of the metal, so to speak, and there is a taper in there that you would have to break. But I'm gonna go ahead and toss out a guess that this is not the first thing that they tried to do to get this injector out. They've probably gone through multiple steps to try to break this taper and have not found success, and so what they're doing is they're pounding down on the injector and pounding up to just simply break that joining of the components that's happened. Yeah, through rust, corrosion. The slamming up and down of the hammers next to homie's face there is probably the most dangerous part of this, or the most sketchy part of this, but I do admire the creativity.
Let's check out the next clip.
No.
No, I am gonna point out a really annoying thing right now. He put the fan on without any shroud. A fan shroud is essentially a funnel for the fan and the radiator. The fan doesn't blow air on the engine to cool it down. The fan draws air through the radiator to cool down the coolant. Well, if you don't have a funnel to make sure that the air is being drawn through the radiator, the fan will actually draw air around the radiator, and you can get a lot of overheating issues, which I've seen a lot. He's just flexing.
He was just flexing. He's trying to show his nephew.
Oh, shit.
His lady. Check it out, babe.
Look at this.
Look what I can do. That. Nice. I'm saying, don't get me wrong, there's old cats that have fingers like rocks. They could probably lose a limb and they grow it back. I don't know how.
Those are the same guys that'll say oh, you know how you check a fan clutch? You just put your hand in and see if it stops.
Yeah.
But what if it's good? What if it's good?
What if the fan is bueno?
It is not hard to install a fan the non-sketchy way.
It's pretty easy, man.
He's just flexing.
You're just doing that for fun. I mean, you just get there.
The other thing is, some cars, older cars, don't have a fan shroud.
If there's no point not having it on. If you're still searching for
understand aerodynamics as well.
Real mechanic stuff, keep watching. We haven't found them yet.
Is he trying to
start it? Yeah, he started it.
He's just shorting the starter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's a man right there.
Oh no!
It was a little extra. You could do that with the
yeah. You know you want to do it for the boys.
For the boys. What he's doing to the starter is he is jump starting the B+ terminal and the M terminal to start the starter. The way a normal starter is activated is you have S wire, which is your solenoid wire. When you turn your ignition switch or push button, voltage is going to get sent down to the S wire. The S wire is going to activate the starter solenoid, which is essentially a plunger that comes forward and will, you have a B+ terminal that has a big fat starter cable coming from the battery B+ terminal, and then you've got your M terminal, which is going to the actual motor. So when the solenoid is engaged, it is connecting the battery to the M terminal to start the starter, and then it grounds through the case. So to activate a starter, all you need to do is essentially take something metal, screwdriver, or this piece of metal he's got going on here, and he's shorting those two terminals.
You're the best teacher in the world.
And that's also a good way to test your starter and your solenoid.
Metal, power, start, sell the motor. We're ready to go.
I like how he's got this geyser of oil that's right next to his head, but he's just nonchalantly.
Yeah, he's just chilling. Just chilling, oh look, it's shooting oil.
Yeah,
it's good.
no big
It's like,
deal.
oh, oil?
If you're a mechanic,
It's paint the wall.
it's sketchy because there's different ways to start motors. That's one of them. That's what they do when they're doing it outside. It's like you have a battery connected, and then they do a crank with the key so it starts. Or this guy has a battery connected, and he just pop it with a screwdriver. And
yeah, I don't feel like there's any actual danger here, as long as he's out of the way of spinny components.
He doesn't have loose shirt, long hair, beard. My boy's good.
If you want to see even more botch repairs and learn how to do things the right way, click here. Sandro, do you have any fatherly advice for the audience?
Actually, I do. So you guys saw, we found our mechanic. So if you guys live or work next to this guy, this is your guy right here. That's your mechanic.
I'm Angelina.
I'm Sandro.
And this has been Real
Oh, I
Mechanic
don't like the
Stuff.
thumbnail of that. I don't like the thumbnail I've just clicked on. That scares me.
There's a right way and a wrong way to modify a car. Today we have some real mechanics here to diagnose questionable car mods from TikTok, the home of good car advice. All right, let's jump right into it. Here's our first clip. I wanted to do this for a video. Oh, so that's what would happen.
We've all done this. We've all been in our buddy's garage, and they're like, hey, man, can you help me lower a car? Sure, you got zip ties?
Yeah.
I'm Soupy Wedge Panich, and I build cars.
He's built a lot of cars that you've seen on the internet.
I think he's trying to get a spring out, because it looks like he compressed it, put a bunch of zip ties, and then it looks like he's going to try to take out that strut, take the spring out, and then replace it with a lowering spring.
Dude, there's like a few things that just terrify me. Scared to be electrocuted and potential energy.
Well, I must say, this is the only right time to use white zip ties on a car.
The more you know.
If he's changing a spring, you could just go to an auto parts store and rent the correct tool if you don't have one.
For free.
And then buy a lowering spring. Use the rented tool, get the spring out, put the right spring in, and you have a proper lowered car. Can I have another clip, please?
Please, next clip.
All right, we got some.
Ooh, his whole axle is gone.
It's a quick change rear end.
Another fear I
Looks
have.
like it took the
because it's
differential
happened to
with
me.
it, too.
This has happened to you.
Not this, but a wheel's falling off while I was driving.
Oh, that's normal.
Yeah, that's normal.
That happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Is that the rusty?
No, it doesn't. It has to
all
happen to me.
Beat up or too much power. Could be all kinds of things. A lot of traction. My name is Sandro. I've been working on cars for like ever.
Somebody forgot to tighten the four-link.
Somebody definitely forgot to tighten something.
Usually it's at the drag strip though when there's a lot of grip loading up that rear end.
It's gripping pretty good. You see the size of those tires?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a drag race guy? Definitely didn't check anything. They wing everything. I know him.
Subi's opinions on drag racers and the drag racing community do not reflect the opinions or feelings of Donut. We love all kinds of racers, no matter what kind of line they drive on.
I think with classics, you know, it's important to have almost
My
like a
dad,
monthly or even bi-weekly
thought
sort of
about
like
doing drag
pre-flight
racing.
check.
Like he was
Any
building
race
his
car,
own
just
little
before you take it
S10
out, it's always a
Chevy
good idea to
drag racing
go check the
pickup.
car. Basically, you take the car, you put it up in the air, and you
But
go
he-
over all the
as far as
suspension
I know, he
bolts,
never
the engine
got a
mounts,
chance
the
to actually
transmission
test it
mounts, and all this other
before,
stuff. When you're
due to
doing this,
life, he
take
had
a
to
paint
sell it.
marker and put it on the bolt head of every one you just did. Don't be a dummy. Use different paint markers every time you do this.
Are there any parts that you should always reinforce when you're adding more power, especially in a drag racing?
Axles are the first thing you want to do. With more traction, there's going to be more stress on the axles.
Yeah, upgrade everything. If you're going more power, upgrade everything. Brakes, tires, diff, everything you can. Just don't go down the block like that.
Next clip.
I didn't know.
This is not funny.
I'm not laughing. I'm just.
This is
not-
ridiculous.
Did he just paint the lifters too?
This is bad, dude. Get it all cleaned up, all this.
Okay.
Get a razor blade, scrape this, get it all off, get old rags. Get it
You and
all
the
wiped
timing
out. I don't
chain.
want one bit of this on here.
Okay, I didn't know. You didn't tell me.
I
that.
told you outside. I told you outside of the block. What's gonna happen when the oil eats the paint off? Where's it gonna end up, John?
Where's it gonna end up, John?
John, bro.
Fuck John, bro.
I think
Fuck John.
we've all
He's an
felt like
asshole.
John.
No?
I've never painted the inside of an engine, but I've cut a hole in the floor of a car.
Okay, that I've done.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Yeah. The guy who's yelling
I like
at
how he's
John
like,
assumed that John
accident,
knows how an
yeah.
engine works because he knows how an engine works. But guess what? John doesn't know how an engine works, and it's your responsibility to tell him as much as he needs to know to do the job that you need him to do.
I have a feeling John is that guy's kid.
Working for your family, working for your dad, it's not easy. I've been there. You get chewed out like that, you don't make that mistake again.
That's what we're always waiting for you to.
God damn it, John.
This
This is the fifth time today
My
that you
son works
fucked
with
up
me,
this
so-
engine.
I see.
How
Yeah.
did he not going through your damn skull?
That fool painted everything. Inside, outside. That fool should have just painted the whole motor.
But as soon as the oil gets around everywhere, it's gonna start wearing out the paint. It's gonna get into the oil, and then those little flakes of paint is gonna go into the pickup for the oil pump, clog the oil pump. You have no oil pressure, no oil in engine. Boom.
Boom.
Engine go boom. It is fixable. He's gonna spend a lot of time fixing this. He's gotta pull the lifters out. He's gotta either soak them in paint thinner and then re-soak them in oil to get them lubricated again. Physically take it off with like a wire brush or a razor blade, but you'd have to cover all the ports, make sure none of those paint flakes get into the engine.
Now it's time for another pearl of wisdom from our pals over at 5 Minute Crafts. Oh yeah, drill into that tire, baby.
Huh?
What are we doing today? 5 Minute Crafts. We're filling it up. Filling it with foam.
Foam.
What is this guy? What?
Are you trying to make like your own
yeah, dude.
makeshift airless tire?
Paint it. Paint it up.
Oh.
Oh yeah, ruin all the integrity and handling that your inflatable tire affords you, so you can run over it on TikTok.
It's not like tire companies are gonna like watch this video and be like, "What? We did it wrong all these years. Oh my god, we should have filled it with shitty foam."
He didn't show you is as soon as he goes over the boulders, he's gonna break up that foam inside that tire, and it's gonna be all crumbly, and so there's gonna be a void in that tire. So he's gonna go down the road, and he's gonna have the shakes.
Air is the best thing to fill a tire with. That's why we do it.
Nitrogen.
Why? Because nitrogen's lighter?
Nitrogen doesn't expand.
Oh, so it keeps your pressure.
Your air pressure the same.
Oh, so I know some people out there might be saying, this makes me think, how do run flat tires work?
Well, run flat tires are a different thing altogether. They don't put foam in it.
Run flat tires, say, off of BMW, normally they come with the sidewalk that's a lot thicker.
Okay.
So it lets you drive for a good amount of miles. But in reality, they break. So it's just to save you like the hassle of being on the freeway or whatever. You get to your local tire shop, and then you're gonna have to spend the money because you're gonna buy another run flat. Now there's some other ones that have like gunk inside of it, so when the nail goes in there, it clogs up immediately. But it's harder to balance, and it's also expensive.
Let's watch our next clip. All right, a little roll cage with a quick release door bar. That's good. Okay.
I don't like how
That's a door
sketchy
bar.
that damn
Okay.
car is.
The
I
welds
don't like
are
how polyexposed wire.
Gross.
good.
That is legal. That is a kit that somebody will sell.
It adds a little bit of diagonal structure. It's not like for crash protection because it's a straight bar. This is pretty common in drag cars.
There's very little side impact.
Very little side impact.
Yeah. You can't do that in road racing or like drifting. Even though that's probably a legal bar swing out, the tech should not pass that.
Oh man, look at that weld.
You see all those pinholes and inclusions in them, so there's definitely contamination in there. It's not a solid weld, so there's a bunch of stuff in there. You don't want that in your welds.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get in this car.
If that rolls over, that bend right there, right on your head. I mean, the whole car looks like it'll catch on fire. There's wiring in the bottom. Look at the switches hanging out. Like, nitrous, gas,
See the rest
everything.
of this. It looks like a freaking 9 Inch Nails video. In this next clip, an investigation in the UK led to the criminal conviction of someone who knowingly sold over 300 counterfeit racing harnesses. This is what happened when those harnesses were sent to the lab. Takata, of course. Ooh, oh, that broke.
What a dirty move to sell fake safety equipment.
Actually, I was in an accident once. I thought I bought like badass racing seat belts, and the brackets actually broke on the side. Went up like this. I just got to slam onto the steering wheel.
You know, we did a list video where we looked at counterfeit racing products, and we looked at some belts. It was a little hard to tell the difference between the counterfeit stuff and the real ones. Made in the USA.
Is counterfeit.
Oh, very convincing.
And then once you get the product, all seat belts have a lifespan to them. So there's going to be a date that's marked on a seat belt on a little tag. So it's like an official SFI tag. FIA is like the governing body for racing, and they have these standards, kind of like how OSHA has safety standards. And that's how you tell when the seat belt expires and if it's
OSHA has standards? I thought they were
You can
just
also tell, like
violations.
most of the times when you get these
All I
things,
ever
the
hear is
packaging
OSHA
looks
violations.
weird. If it comes in a plain white box, I've learned as a kid, never trust white boxes or white vans.
All of these companies have spent a bunch of money on marketing to figure out what their box looks like. They're not going to just send you a plain white box.
There you go.
Legit racing stuff, it's
Yeah.
expensive, but that's because it works and it does protect you in the case of a wreck.
And you know if that seat breaks or that belt breaks or anything that has to do with safety breaks, you can go back and tell them something. But if you went and bought it from some boo-boo stuff and you feel like it was brand new, who are you going to go back to?
Yeah.
The one thing you don't want to try to look for deals on.
What do you mean go back to? You're dead.
This is how I drive my lifted Jeep at 3.5 feet tall. To drive this Jeep, I use custom pedal extensions and a custom-built seat. So how these extensions work is the gas uses a rod with a quarter pin that goes into the gas pedal, and then the brake pedal is actually welded to the frame of the brake so that it never fails.
A lot of comments on this video suggested that the mods are unsafe. We got our rod for the brake pedal right there.
I would have used a solid piece. When you weld something, it won't break on the weld, it'll break under the weld or next to the weld. Never, because that's where it got heated. What it'll do, like over time, it'll start like bending to the side.
One thing I'm worried about is this gas pedal is like basically a fire poker pole.
Yeah, if that gas pedal fails, you see that little clip there? That fails and it just kind of pins it down. Or gets stuck.
Or it gets stuck under that floorboard.
Yeah, and he's just full on wide open throttle. I mean, there's people out there that specialize in retrofitting. You should probably take your vehicle to one of those people.
Overall, the idea is tight, fabrication-wise.
Next clip.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that's a hot rod.
Not good.
Oh, it's an
Audi.
Single turbo Nagi.
Single turbo Nagi.
Oh, dude, you need a fire extinguisher. It would be out right now.
Oh.
Oof. That sucks, dude.
Oh, what's that?
It didn't work at all.
Oh.
Chinese parts.
I heard that. I heard that, Mr. Mechanic.
God knows where his position and money is. That sucks. Maybe it was backfiring, it was running rich already, he didn't notice it, wires touched.
It goes to show, again, don't cheap out on safety equipment. And a fire extinguisher is a part of that. They also expire, just like seatbelts. They have a charge in them, so after a while, the charge dissipates, and that's what probably happened to there. There's no more charge in it, so nothing came out. Class B fire extinguisher is the one you want, because that is good for oils and some other flammable liquid. You could get them at your auto parts store. You could even get them at, like, your home improvement stores.
So I saw a TikTok of a dad, and he was like, here's some dad advice. Daylight savings, you just do all that stuff. You add this to your daylight savings checklist.
We got this here Turbo Civic towed into the shop. Towed in the mountains. Secure as can be.
Oh, yeah, not very secure there.
Your intercooler t-shirt, quick disconnect valve.
Oh, nice brackets.
The core support is non-existent, so I mean it's lightweight for racing.
Yeah,
hell yeah.
radiator.
They brought it to fix it, right?
Whatever's here is gone. Cruise control.
Oh, you need cruise control of that? Come on now, my dude.
That's on. No
You can
hood.
charge him if he wants to.
Open fuse box.
If someone comes to Miranda's shop
With that?
with that, what are you doing?
Or putting it back on the truck. Going back out.
Put
Yeah,
back in
he
the
definitely
truck
got in the
and,
garage
we're
and
just gonna take it to
YouTube
another
how
place.
to turbo
why
a Civic
why you
and
tell the guy to go
like
to
his
the scrap
internet
yard?
cut out.
My favorite
Because
is
it
that those
needs
are
new
t-shirt
parts.
straps. Those are straps.
Oh, is that a t-shirt?
Yeah.
I've never seen that. That's
See,
crazy.
that's what the boys do for you.
Yeah.
They take care of you. They see your fucking intercooler like dangling down. They're like, hey, you know
Give me my
what?
sleeves, man.
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Me
got
who
you. You're
barely
like Hulk
wears
Hogan
a
ripping his
t-shirt.
shirt off.
Even
I
when
bet
I
you
like
anything,
the damn
but that
song.
is probably whooping ass in the street.
If it's dumb and it works, it ain't dumb. You know?
It's fire right there.
Well, it's a fire risk, yeah.
Yeah, it's fire.
Yeah.
Wait, did he just cut the core support?
Yes. The up tube didn't fit, so you cut the core support off.
Okay, time. Core and support are two words that I would be like, damn, we probably need those. Core, support.
It supports all the things in the front of the car.
Yeah.
Your headlights, your radiator, your AC condenser. It also has the hood latch in there. You're not gonna be able to close your hood because the latch will be all flappy.
Say I'm like taking something off my car, like cruise control. What is like the correct way to delete that be?
Take the bolts off, disconnect the connector, put some tape over the connector so it doesn't get water in it, because then later on you're gonna have electrical problems. Try to take off the unit as one piece. Don't just hammer stuff and just cut stuff.
It is the best time to modify cars in the history of the world. YouTube it.
Yeah.
There's a ton of videos with us in them telling you how to not do this. Next clip.
Oh, baby.
Oh,
Some
he got
nuts
the,
on that.
got the
It's
reverse
backwards.
truck build.
That's what's beautiful about it. Like, seeing crazy like that on the road.
It's not that terrible because they just basically took the body off and just kind of flipped it around. I don't think they did anything else other than cut the bed out. I'm sure none of the lights or anything works, but
Really makes life
No,
worth
the
living.
lights work.
you know?
Yeah,
I saw the
honestly it
blinker
does.
work.
You and the boys is right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
They're both.
You see it
fine.
barely,
The
but you
fabrication,
can see
the
that
time, that's
it's
beautiful.
I like it.
All right. Huh. Patent pending. That's pretty cool. Save gas, extra power, and safety.
I call
gas plus
Here's my
solar
dilemma with
plus-
that, right? Coefficient of drag
I think it
is
said
greatly
hydrodynamic.
increased. So the energy that you produce from those two
No,
fan blades
aerodynamic
probably
hybrid,
neglected whatever you were saving because now you have so much drag on this car. So you did nothing.
If those fans popped up and were spinning while it was windy out while you weren't moving, that's the only way that could work and add power to your system, but then it'd have to retract when you start moving again.
There are so many cars named after wind, and this is not one of them. What is like the most snake oil, not real modification you've seen on cars?
I want to say those little fan things that you put in your intake.
The turbos?
The tornadoes they
Yeah,
used to call them.
tornadoes.
They made a cool little whistle, and that was about it. And I think it was the noise that gave people the impression like, man, I just spent like $50 on a whistle. That is definitely a failed mod right there.
Next clip! I like that car.
Pretty.
Yeah.
I like that car.
Well, what is that?
It's a fountain. I like this stuff. Koi
With
pie!
koi
Oh
fish.
no! Yes!
I'm waiting for exhibit to pop
10
up.
out of 10.
Imagine
Yeah,
the fish what they're saying. The fish is like, what the is going
Yeah,
on?
for real.
Let's go back home.
Yeah.
And then you open your trunk and it's just
It's all about showmanship.
that is interesting.
If you want to see even more cars going haywire,
Why
we
did that
did
look
another
like
episode.
carpet,
You can
though?
find it right
I
here.
know it was just
Sandra,
like
thanks for coming
Afro
on
Turk
once
shit,
again.
but it
Pete,
looked like
thank you so much
carpet.
for
Yeah.
being here.
Subscribe.
Thank you, man.
RMS.
Mhm.
Can I have one of these?
Yeah.
Thanks, bye.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's what you're supposed to do. Can I have one? Yeah, sure. Takes 3. Oh, you thought I
Yeah,
said
that's how
one?
it
No,
works.
I took. No, I asked if I could have some, not one. Ooh, diesel and a gas tank. Customer state nightmares. Oh no.
Every mechanic's worst nightmare begins with 2 innocent words.
Customer states.
Customer stage.
Customer states. You never know what a customer is going to bring to the shop.
reason why
Today,
we like
we brought in
watching
real
television.
mechanics to break down some of the crazy stuff mechanics deal with every single day. Oh my god!
Whee!
This is real mechanic stuff. All right, what we got?
Power steering.
That is interesting. So with the hydraulic power steering system, I'd say,
Call
like,
it
okay,
power
yeah,
steering.
there's something going on with the power steering pump, but that's electric power steering.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is some kind of a computer issue, or you hit a pothole, or something throws
big.
something off. Yeah.
The electric motor in the power steering, maybe, because something has to, it's a movement sound.
What the mechanic found out is it is an issue with the electric steering column.
So we've got 2 different types of electric power steering where we've got an electric motor assisting down at the rack, and then the other design where we've got an electric motor assisting on the steering column itself.
Instead of power steering pump and pumping fluid through a rack and pinion, it's just an electric motor probably helping assist the power, through the column.
We are getting pretty much to systems getting close to there almost being no mechanical
I was about to
input.
ask.
Yeah, this is how the robots take over.
Sometimes the customer statement says something simple like, it just needs an inspection. But then the mechanic is thinking,
How the heck did it even make it to the shop in the first place?
oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Oh, I can see it right there.
Yeah, that's just completely disconnected.
Oh, look right there.
That's so much rust.
No, see, I mean,
The
look.
whole subframe is
It
disconnected.
disconnected. Yeah, it's not even bolted up anymore.
Jeez.
That's why we live in Southern
It's that
California.
Bluetooth connection.
The
Yeah, it's
subframe,
fine. It's
which is
Bluetooth.
the whole bottom half of the part that gets bolted to the body of the car was out. The bolt was still there, but it was unbolted out of the frame. So what happened is somehow that bolt came out of the body.
I mean, you could fix those connections, but that subframe looks like it needs to be replaced. There's like holes in it.
The only way to prevent it is really try to have rust prevention. So every year you should undercoat your car. Definitely just try to keep that rust to a minimum and make sure, I guess, really torque bolts, right?
If the customer ignored this problem, what do you think would happen?
I think you wouldn't make it down the street.
They aren't going anywhere. That thing's not safe to drive in any way.
Let's see what the customer stated in this next video.
All right, fellas, check this shit out. Customer states white
All right,
smoke
fellas.
coming out the exhaust. Check this out. Ready?
Oh, that's cool. Is it cool?
Well, that's a new kind of engine oil. There's no oil.
None at all.
Like, it's gone.
Well, I mean, if it was transmission fluid, but I don't think it is. It's probably coolant or water of some kind. It gets past the rings and it's burning it out the tailpipe. So that's where the white smoke's going to come from.
It's quite common that after a number of miles, that gasket does wear out. It's sealing a lot. We're asking a lot of it. So especially when we have components that are heating up, cooling down, going through these heat cycles, they do have a lifespan.
It seems like you just drained it and put some oil in it, maybe have to do it a few times and let it run and burn it all off. It might be okay if you didn't do any damage to the bearings of the motor.
Any sort of strange smokes coming out of your tailpipe, definitely get that checked out.
Yeah. Get that checked out by your doctor.
Yeah.
You using the whole fist, Doc?
Yes. We'll be using the whole fist. I'm sorry.
We got a hold of the actual work order from this next clip, and it reads,
Customer states, I went to a rave and the rave came home with me.
oh,
you got some blinking lights.
Flashing lights, every single one of them.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Is the car off? The key's on. The key's turned on. That's crazy. That's actually...
Yeah, it's off because the tach's not looking tack.
Yeah, the car's not running, but the key is on.
Yeah.
If we're getting a Christmas tree lights on our dash, my #1 check is actually the battery.
My guess is a low battery.
When our battery starts to go low, the computer starts to get drunk and it makes poor decisions and it can't determine actual problems.
Yeah.
What if a wire got clipped?
That happens all the time too. There's all kinds of rats. Rats going
Everything
crazy
is
right now.
Especially at the rave.
Everything's fine. We're good.
Okay, so our director heard from the mechanic who shot this video, and this is what he said was wrong with the car. Leaking transmission pilot bearing has seeped oil through the harness into the TCM.
Oh my god!
Damn.
Something else I've missed.
Wow, that is a series of unfortunate events.
That's a lot.
This car was definitely not new. The sensor leaks and it goes all the way down the wiring harness into the computer. That's
Maybe everything was leaking though.
Yeah, everything was probably.
They didn't use any gaskets on this bad boy.
I feel like there's a little bit of negligence on the driver because I feel like there's a few things that could have been addressed before your rave lights came on.
We're gonna have to bleep this, but the car's f***ed. This next video, the customer states his engine sounds like a video game.
Ooh. Sounds like a popcorn machine.
Oh wow, it's like a Dr. Seuss cart.
Whoa.
Hey,
Turbo came apart, huh?
Yeah. That's what that sounds like.
Turbo came apart.
You had some white smoke coming out there too, so that was interesting. Looks like maybe there's some fluid leakage happening.
There's bearings inside the impeller, and that thing's turning at like 75,000 RPM. You know, turbos turn really high RPMs, and so it probably came apart and it was just floating around inside the housing.
According to the person we believe to be the mechanic, but have not confirmed, there's a loose charge pipe, and reaffixing the charge pipe is what made the noise go away.
Yeah, so a boost pipe or a charge pipe. So that's going to be one of the pipes coming from your compressor side of the turbocharger, that side right there. And we've got a leaking of pressure because that turbocharger is going to be building up pressure on the intake side, and that pressure is supposed to go into the intake and not be leaking out and making funny sounds like that.
So turbocharging a car is, you can set the boost to some point. Boost is how much pressure you're putting back through the motor. So the higher the pressure, if the clamps weren't tight enough or whatever, the boost will actually make the pipes come apart. The more you boost, the more you're likely to have that pipe come off.
Okay.
So
yeah,
you need to have good clamps and good couplers.
Cars are capable of doing some really weird when you least expect it. Let's see the next clip.
Customer states car came in with farting noise.
The engine's running right now, okay. Is that coming out of the gas cap? Oh, that's one of those, is that one of those capless? Yeah, yeah.
car's farting out of its gas cap.
What do you think is happening?
With your gas cap, that cap is more than just a cap to seal off the system. It has 2 valves inside of it. It has a pressure relief valve and it has a vacuum valve. So as your gas level goes down, we have to be able to allow air to come in to be able to fill that space. If not, the fuel won't come out to the engine and we get a vacuum lock and your engine is going to stall. The pressure relief valve is more of like to keep damage from happening because we don't want to release those hydrocarbons or those evaporative emissions as much as possible.
So it's only at like a certain level where it's like things have already gone very wrong.
We gotta let it loose,
Okay.
yeah. So we don't shart. We fart so we don't shart.
Well said.
Sure.
That pump is probably going off or something malfunctioning.
Yeah, because that didn't look like a gas cap style
No.
filler nut.
Yeah. So I'm guessing the pump in the evap system was malfunctioning somehow, pumping air into the system and then making a farting sound out the gas cap.
So there's no maintenance to prevent these valves from going bad. It just happens.
Just a thing that happens in this crazy modern world. Your cars are farting now. For this next clip, the customer stated, "My vehicle is possessed by Satan. Please help." Oh! Oh my God!
Stop! Car won't you stop?
That is interesting. That's got to be a brake booster problem, right?
Yeah, definitely, right?
Oh, imagine how scary that would have been.
Oh my God.
Go to brake and it just starts
kicking back at you.
Kicking your foot back.
The car's like, wait, no, stop trying to stop me. I need to keep going.
Yeah.
So besides an exorcism, what are we gonna do to fix this?
It looks like the brake booster maybe have malfunctioned and now it is self-applying the brake, so that's interesting and it's doing it rapidly.
So this is like a semi-sized truck.
Okay, so if it is a big heavy truck, I retract what I said because their brake systems work completely different. They work on air brakes. So with air brakes, you are running on different principles. We are using an air compressor.
If that's air pressure doing that, your leg would hurt after fighting that kind of thing when you're trying to
It is
stop.
probably a combination of air pressure and
hydraulic.
Maybe it is Satan's fault, maybe it's not. We don't really know yet.
There's no way to tell. But if you want to know more about trucking, it's actually quite fascinating. We have 2 videos on Real Mechanic Stuff where we talk to real truckers about life on the road. They're actually really good videos, so go check them out.
I watched a couple more videos.
In this next clip, the customer stated that the engine was running fine at another tuner shop. Then suddenly, it seized and nobody could figure out why. Let's see if we can.
What did this other shop do?
Uh-oh.
Oh, damn, she a squirter.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Oh, no.
Kind of figured out why.
That joke was dirty.
Looks like he did figure it out.
That one was...
That's unfortunate.
That was a bad one.
Messed up and had the injectors open.
The ECU shorted.
Yeah.
Fuel?
Yes. Yeah. They just stayed open.
The ECU is going to give the fuel injectors the signal to turn on. If it's shorting out, it's going to say on all the time.
Do you think there's a way to catch that?
Catch it beforehand?
Yeah. No.
Find a better tuner.
If we were there with that car, I'm sure it would have been a very fast smell of hydrocarbons that we would have smelled. So for there to be that much fuel in there, it only could have been that problem that happened. So something had to tell the injectors to go on for a very long period of time.
As the old saying goes, when you hear hooves, think horses, not zebras.
This next customer stated, "For the past year, I've had to yank on the key at full force to get it out of the ignition."
Oh God, the pink gel.
Oh, because it's an accessory.
Whoa!
That's quite a shift knob.
Fun. This is a pretty simple problem. Paul?
In this instance, it was her pink shifter cover. The car wasn't in park. If the car's not in park, the key won't come out. It's really simple. If it happened and you didn't have a shifter, the pink shifter thing that she had on there, there's a thing called a neutral safety switch. The same thing. They do go bad. If you do not have it in park or the car doesn't think it's in park, it will not release the key. So in her case, it was the pink shifter cover. In other cases, it would be a neutral safety switch bad, and it wouldn't, so you usually move the shifter around some and it will see park and then you can get it out, but have it replaced.
If that button was being held by your fluffy shift cover, then that absolutely could be the problem.
And with automatics, you have that little thing that shows where you're at, and she couldn't see it because she got a big old pink flute ball. Come bring it up for her. So
I'm laying back.
Why not?
Okay. And I just see.
All right, we got one last clip to show you guys, but before we do that, Angelina, tell the people who you are and where they can find you.
My name's Angelina.
Crowds are good.
I teach automotive at Riverside City College. You can find me on Instagram at Miss A the Shop Teacher, or you can follow my Really Crap YouTube channel at Miss A the Shop Teacher.
My name is Paul Meeker. I am the owner of LexTech. We are Lexus and Toyota specialists in Highland Park, California.
in this next clip, the customer states, "My wife put
I could
15
just do
gallons
this.
of diesel in the gas tank." Mechanic states, "I present to you
Much better.
the money
much
fountain."
better.
Yes. Gas cars cannot run on diesel.
Gasoline engines utilize a spark plug to ignite an air-fuel mixture, so they are spark-ignited combustion. Diesels use compression to ignite. Usually, that customer knows what they did wrong, and the engine, if it even started, runs so horribly you couldn't drive the car, or the engine just won't run at all.
You definitely have to pull the gas tank out or somehow get it, empty it. And then besides that, all the fuel lines and injectors might have issues down the line, but you have to try to flush all that stuff out because diesel has a lot of oil in it, and my clogged injectors, and you might have a lot of issues. You're probably going to make the spark plugs block, so you need to change those also.
There might be still some diesel in the fuel system that you'll have to run out, but put some gas in it, clean it out, and you're going to be fine. The real damage happens when you put gasoline in a diesel vehicle. You don't ever want to do that. You would get really, really bad pre-ignition, and you could potentially melt pistons and do all kinds of internal engine damage. So don't put gas in your diesel, kids.
Like and subscribe because we have tons of great stuff and experts coming your way on this channel. This has been Real Mechanic Stuff.
Alright, watch a couple more Real Mechanic stuff. And I know that Daily Dose has a new video, so we'll probably end off with that. Ooh. German engineering fails. It's a fucking BMW.
Mechanics
I swear.
hate German cars.
Worst car to work on. Probably an Audi.
BMW.
Anything German.
But are they really as over-engineered and hard to work on as people say?
Today we brought in Real Mechanics to react to German car pain from TikTok. First clip.
Don't let anybody brag to you that they have a 7 Series. These cars are junk. Way down and buried, way the down in there is the thermostat.
Oh no.
Clicks through it, travels all up the harness.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
And takes out the DME, the entire control module of the car. Not only does it take that out.
Yeah, okay, what else did it get caught in there?
Blow up
Crossfire.
It takes this out too, which is your integrated supply module.
Why is your thermostat down there next to your wiring harness? That's an example of German engineering at its finest. I'm Steph. I'm an Audi technician. The coolant dripping off of the thermostat will, for some reason, follow up the stream of wires, which in this case, it's falling all the way up straight to the PCM.
She works
it will blow it
specifically on
because
German
what is
cars.
coolant doing in there? And
Yet this
then
video
your
is
car
supposed
no
to talk
go.
about how
Now you gotta either
mechanics don't like
perform a
German
wire
cars.
overlay, which is just replacing the wires that got
Yeah.
plugged. Or you're, depending on the manufacturer, you're having to buy a whole new harness for that.
That's very
Pricey.
Yeah, very pricey.
I worked on the 7 Series, I worked on my 8 Series, and they're a pain. Like, everything's like hidden. You have to remove almost everything to get to something.
So I want you guys to close your eyes real quick. I am going to load up a picture of what this engine looks like when you remove it. 3, 2, 1, open.
Okay.
Whoa!
Who the fuck gave Cthulhu
Now
a
you
car?
have a leak in the hose.
Well, which
So-
hose?
Well, we're about to figure that out too.
This is a nightmare. I wouldn't know.
That's stressing me out, and I'm not even working on it.
We're both out.
We
Don't
kept
call
out on
us.
that. Don't bring that.
So would you say the Germans did us all dirty with this, or would you say it's not
Yeah,
a big deal?
the Germans are still
Absolutely
mad
did
that
us
we
so
won the
dirty.
war.
The most
I'm sorry.
foul they could do. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, true.
They did us gross.
Next clip.
Oh, over-engineered German
Oh, that just looks
like
like
he's having some steering issues.
Bad rendering in a video game.
Ooh.
bad lighting.
Lordy, that's wicked.
Yeah.
I want to assume that this is electronic controlled steering.
I don't need no computer telling me how to steer my car.
What does a computer know that you don't?
Yeah, exactly.
Road.
Right?
Definitely an issue having to do with the steering angle sensor. It probably thinks that the steering angle is as far as it's going, and that's fucked. After you install anything to do with the steering wheel, you have to turn it all the way to the left. You'll hear a little click, turn it all the way to the right. You'll hear another click. And that's basically the car trying to figure out what the steering angles are and what the end stops are.
Sounds like my RC car.
It's exactly the same.
But I wonder why the Germans decided to do that.
For the fuck of it, I guess. To charge you more money.
The fuck's you
I
over
gotta
about,
imagine
guys?
there's some German guy who's just like, I'm gonna make it better. But you're just saying,
Hans and I
like, there's a
got
German
together
guy out there
and
just like, just put some more hoses
fuck
out
off
and
all
we'll make it
Americans.
so we make more
And
money.
anyone who drives
Oh,
our
that actually
cars.
sounds pretty good right there. Yeah, that's how he sounds. Exactly, that's how he sounds.
I don't know how to fix it, but someone will figure it out, you know?
You did us dirty.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a German issue. I think you did something wicked. You hit something or something hit you, and
Some driver error.
On to the next clip. Okay, he's warming it up.
Like a crime scene.
I know, what's going on? Now he's got his wife involved. He's saying later.
Holy fuck!
that dude's knocked out.
This-
Look at that error.
this
Oh,
was-
no, he's not.
This was an assassination attempt.
Boom.
No, I think he's.
nuts.
I think he got
It was just
knocked
a
the fuck
quick,
out, and his
clean,
hand just happened to
combustive, like,
open the
explosion,
damn
and that's
door.
it. Oh, look, it started at the bottom.
He's
Did you see that?
under.
Whoa.
Popped all his bags, dude.
It f***ed them up.
Totaled his car. Car's totaled.
It could be animals that chewed on the wires. It could be just the wilderness. He never maintained his car. It could be that girl in the back that plotted a bomb in there. That's what
We had that party, and I asked you to not be so loud. That's what you get.
If a car explodes, you're not gonna just see it just, and then, oh, we're done, it's good. This is just something else.
That's a little mobster hit.
No Germans had nothing to do with this
All right.
car bomb.
Not
Let's
Germany's
explode
fault.
our way to the next clip.
All right, E90X.
Oh, another
platform
BMW.
exposed. My EDC is not working correctly, so you can see it is currently on. If I push it, it does not do anything.
Oh.
Oh, it just fried itself.
Uh-oh.
That's incredible.
Why is it pink?
Not good.
Uh-oh.
Not good at all.
Uh-oh.
Better turn this off.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, smoked it.
Well, that's a new one.
Anytime you see a button that you push and smoke comes out,
Push it again.
quickly push it until it stops smoking.
Push it,
Because you're basically shorting out something.
It's electric damping control.
Oh, so it's like a sport mode.
Yeah, so he's trying to wild out, trying to get out of comfort, going to sport, and car obviously knows better. It's not letting him.
Probably the wire down the line somewhere is connected, so that's why.
I thought something
I
liquid was
assume
in
the
there.
reason why it's
It looked more like a liquid, but
Yeah.
then it just.
It actually happens a lot.
Really?
The sunroofs, you push the button and you make the sunroof go back, and it fries midway. It's even on the door switches. They're notorious for frying, and they smoke.
I'm gonna say the Germans probably did us a little dirty on that one.
He maybe dropped something in there too. You know, you're over there drinking a little coffee. Blip.
Yeah, this isn't just a German thing. This
It's
is
a
like
human thing.
It's a human thing. It's a switch thing. So you're okay, Germany.
A little dirty.
Next
You're
clip.
fine, German.
Cylinder number 6 misfire detected. You gotta take half of the stuff apart to access it to get it off. Another brilliant German design. The stupid cover on top of it to hold the heat in even more, so the plastic retains the heat and cracks even
What's up
more.
with your voice,
Let's hope
bro?
nothing breaks when we take it off, but don't be surprised if a bunch of this plastic crap starts snapping off in your hand. We try some prying and praying.
Oh,
Praying and
snap.
prying. To finally get the spark plug ignition coil off, you'll see they have weird spark plugs. Typical BMW crap. You see, they're not regular hex heads, they got these crenulations. Now we'll tighten the new spark plug
interesting.
in.
I didn't know that.
No working room, of course. Just don't forget to put the air filter back on. Make sure that's all tight. Well, here goes nothing. Well, hopefully something. Now we'll take it for a spin and see what happens. Well, that
about that
didn't
noise,
take
though?
long. The check engine light already come back on.
Oh, there's some other noise right there.
I know. Did you hear that? Scotty, bro. Open up the ears, Scotty boy.
You know, he heard it.
I think I've seen that guy's couple of his videos.
It's plastic. Guess what happens? It cracks.
It cracks.
And it breaks, and then it causes another problem. And then another problem. At one point, you're like, throw this car away.
If you don't have that really pretty engine cover, how do you know you truly have a BMW, right? Step one. Number two, what's gonna keep the heat in there and just make things so much worse and hot when you work on them?
To get replaced.
Not the plastic cover. That cover is really just to protect like the wires and stuff that are gonna sit on top of your engine. The more compact they are, like underneath the cover, you're gonna prevent water from getting on it. You're gonna prevent maybe rodents and stuff like that. Another big point, noise dampening purposes. Maybe you like riding all crazy, making it sound like you got some really, really crazy horsepower going on underneath there. But the normal person probably doesn't want to listen to that, so they're gonna keep that cover on.
Loud noise from engine is scary, but in this house, cool.
I don't know why they make them so complicated.
Why do you think we make
they're doing you dirty?
Loud ass fucking muscle cars back in
It's
the
just plastic. Get over it, buddy.
Maybe everyone's just complaining, because it's looking like the Germans are doing pretty well right now.
Put your big boy pants on.
In this next clip, the driver is attempting to do a burnout, but I'm guessing it doesn't go as well for him because it's on this show. Let's take a look.
Exactly.
Ooh, we got a Mercedes.
Nice.
At the Mercedes.
Oh no.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't. Is it? There we go. Oh, oh, nope.
Come on, you know.
All these dudes are wearing suits. This must be a wedding.
He's sweating right now. All pressure's on him.
He's like, homies, this is sick, right? Oh, that was a big flame.
You're trying to rip one for the boys, and you can't, and you're just like, I gotta get this car to do it. Everyone's watching you. Like, look, dude, look, all of his boys, dog. Look at it, the whole mom, and they're filming it like he's about to fucking shut it down. He went from straight no problems to engine problems, dog.
From no problems to
okay,
every problem.
Sandro, how much in trouble is my man right here? What are we looking at?
He held it so long, he could have blown turbos, he could have overheated it.
He caused a fire.
He caused a fire, whatever else.
Whatever that is. I don't even know what that is.
I'm gonna assume he didn't turn off his traction control. You see the white smoke coming out of his exhaust. Something bad happened with coolant. I'm gonna say he blew his head gasket just because of how great and dense the white smoke is.
He definitely blew something. That burnout.
And his ego.
He blew out
his,
he burned out his ego.
I think it's just the
with
actual
that failed
conductor
burnout.
of that car.
One, you're doing a burnout at a wedding. Two, you can't do a burnout. Now you're messing up your car and you messed up the wedding. Get out of
The
there.
thing
Go
is,
home, guys.
is it a rear-wheel drive car
Next clip. All right, another BMW.
or an all-wheel drive?
Okay.
I think it's rear wheel because there was fresh skid marks.
Oh, whoa, wait, whoa. What? Why
That
the
can
rear?
also do it.
It rained.
If it's not a wheel well, it'll be spinning the front tires.
Yup.
But if it's an all-wheel, not really all of them will be spinning.
Because it has to go towards the back of the vehicle, and then the tubes go out. If it's clogged, that water's gonna flood the back. And luckily, Germans already thought about that. That's why they put all of your modules back there.
There's always a f***ing computer.
That's why
where it
rev up your engine
floods over
and then
water.
let go of the brake.
Longevity.
There's your
When they build
burnout.
those cars, where they're at, it rains a lot. So they know they're gonna f*** you over.
Oh, you think so?
Why make a f***ing little tub? And they make them sealed. Like, you can't even make a f***ing hole so it could drain out whatever moisture, water goes in there. It's sealed, solid.
Dude,
At least
dude,
pick
take
it
us
up,
on
you know?
all full-on conspiracy theory, dude.
Whoa.
Hey, hold on. I ain't gonna-
Let me ask you this, Sandro. Did the Germans do us dirty on this, or is this shit?
No, the Germans are the shit.
Yeah, okay, all right. This
You
is
guys
just,
engineered that
this is not a big deal. This is just...
No, this is nothing.
Nah, this is nothing.
Casual Tuesday.
Yeah.
Casualties
That's a
of,
sarcastic, not a big deal.
I'm gonna say the engineers did us dirty.
We've seen a lot of BMWs today, but we want to hear from you. What are the worst German cars to work on? Let us know in the comments below. Now let's see that next clip.
A new Volkswagen here, a Golf.
A new Volkswagen.
Okay. Okay. Is the car still running?
What? That was supposed to turn off.
Power's off the radio. Oh, and then turns the car off.
Turns the car off.
Whoa.
It's a little short. One of the two things, they cut the piggy connection off and they didn't pin it out right, or didn't buy the actual plug that tells you red, yellow, black, and so forth and so on, right? They probably connected yellow and red together, and it's looping, keeping that car on.
Once you shut the audio off, because they're on the same circuit or same loop, then it turns the car off.
Yeah.
The aftermarket installer of the radio probably made a mistake.
It's your fault.
Blame the installer.
Next clip.
Audi 4, let me tell you, it's a love-hate relationship.
This guy's a fun
I just
guy.
love the way the cars, but man, the design.
He hasn't even cursed yet.
The design. That's a gas pedal, brake pedal, clutch. And this right here, what? I bet you couldn't guess what I'm repairing. I bet you couldn't tell me. What am I repairing in this situation?
Repair filter.
Let me show you
It's
what
on the
I'm
other side.
repairing.
Pause here and guess.
All right, pause here and guess. All right, so it sounds like he's got to pull this. It's one of these things. You got to pull something silly to get to something very small. What do you think?
Slave.
I don't think anything related to that. It's probably like a blown fuse or something.
Maybe your communication to Otis.
I'm gonna say a light bulb.
Let me show you what I'm repairing. I'm replacing a clutch master cylinder.
Oh,
clutch.
dude.
This little thing right here. This little thing
I got
right
it.
here.
I beat you.
Yeah, you got it.
Your master cylinder, what it does, it transfers the pressure from your pedal to actually operate your clutch and stuff. So if you try and move your clutch without pressing your pedal, it's not gonna go in gear. If it fails, now you're gonna be pressing on your clutch and it's just not gonna go into gear, you know? It's not gonna transfer that pressure.
It's easy when it's all like the dash is off and everything else is off to put something together. But when you're gonna go in to repair it, it's harder because you have to disassemble almost sometimes half of the dash just to get to a certain piece.
Little part this big, you know?
Yeah, just
all that work. Yep.
Think about the people that are gonna work on the car.
I'm gonna say the Germans definitely did us dirty on this one.
Come on, you know the answer. You just gotta be scared.
Explode my tomorrow. You guys suck. You guys suck on that one, bro.
As much fun as it is to watch meticulously engineered machines fail, we actually love German cars. They are an absolute blast to drive, and they're built like tanks. Let's see what happens to this BMW after a building collapses on it.
Whoa!
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
It's still driving!
And it's slammed.
You got the camera going.
Fuck you. F you guys, it still runs. This is my sweet baby. The fact that it's driving that's pretty amazing. Looks like it just caved in.
Just turn it into a convertible.
Just caved in.
How you doing?
Everything else is operating pretty good.
The question is, was it slammed before the tree landed on it, or did the tree give it that epic stance?
And one thing you can never say about a German vehicle is that it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
It's easy to on German engineering and German vehicles, but truly people that have German vehicles, they love them. Once you get one, you don't expect to like it as much as you do, and then one day you just wake up and you think, huh.
I'm a BMW guy. Oh no.
All the faults that we've seen today, this is a positive for the Germans here, I would say.
Yeah,
They built a really
W,
tough
enjoy
car.
it.
Maybe most cars wouldn't be able to survive a building collapsing on it, but this one did.
Like, was that commercial? Like a rock.
Like a rock. Via Einstein, I was born as I could be.
If you want to see real mechanics like Steph here react to even more mind-boggling engineering fails, click right here. Thank you, Steph, for coming.
Thank you for having
Pleasure
me.
to have you.
Sandro, dude, I love you, man.
Me too.
Thank you for coming out. We'll see you guys later. We love you. Goodbye.
I know how to spell. I know there's a new video.
You sure about that?
Yes. Oh shit, it's an ad. We'll wait for the ad and then. Yeah, yesterday, 1 day ago, ruining your own gender reveal. We'll wait for the ad to go through. I honestly thought about just going for as much ads as possible just so I can get, like, you know, a decent startup on money, but then I was like, that's also going to turn people away, so I'll just go with the middle ground. And the middle ground's still a minute and a half of fucking ads.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And even then, with ads, I don't get that much. Like this stream, I'll probably get like $1 out of ad revenue. I still need to make $50 so I can get my money from Twitch. That's the minimum. I think I'm at $12 now. I'll have to check. And as far as I know, it's $50 per month.
Yeah. Streaming on Twitch is fun.
I think the only time it's not per month is the first time. That way you get like a feel of it. But still, you still need to make that minimum.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to watch what happens when you ruin your own gender reveal, and then we'll raid out.
Hello, everyone. This is your daily.
Welcome back from ad hell.
You see why they failed? She had her damn phone in her hand.
Well, at least I didn't hear anything break.
I know, go away.
Oh. Good boy. Good boy. You tell that gator what's what.
So apparently this is a test to see how smart your cat is.
If she puts her hands against the wall, she's got a high IQ. If she's... Oh!
Timmy! That cat just does not give a shit. They don't want to be held. They just want to be left alone. They don't give a shit. You know how you can tell when they're actually trying and when they're not?
I don't want to scare you.
How's Slouch? How's Slouch?
Hello, I
doing?
don't want to scare you.
This poor robot collapsed after working for over 20 hours straight with no breaks.
Well, no wonder why he collapsed. His legs are backwards. It just punk.
Just give up.
This crazy customer started hissing at the waiter.
Oh, look at the husband. He's just like, I am not. Like, I'm assuming husband. That looks like.
This chunky monster of
He's
a
just
boy.
like, no, I have nothing to do
He's
with
not
this.
like he's not overeating. I know that. Look at.
This little guy's human instincts kicked in.
Oh, like, hey, water. Nope, fuck you. I died. I take my shoes and I go
Imagine
home.
being fooled by a drawing of a fish.
Oh, you're just being mean. Don't hold it. Don't hold it. This is an old challenge.
It's very important that she gets her percordant injection. But
This poor guy was just trying to help out these ducklings.
I'm trying to help out these ducklings as I throw them onto the curb.
oh, Emma, I want to sleep.
It's sleepy time.
I want to sleep.
Slap him. Damn it. I was hoping for something horrible.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed.
Mhm.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
You really expect me to not expect something horrible when it comes to a child?
No, I can understand that. Just turns around, smack.
Yeah. Alright. Well, today was a very productive day, I'd like to think. I got Yeats Rindo pretty well done, almost done. And I gotta work on Rumbles, which Rumbles I need to work on the weight painting of the hoodie. Because if you notice, the lighting, you can't really tell in the lighting of this world, but they're hooked up to the shoulders. The edge of the hoodie is connected to the shoulders. Like they're pulled out. Kind of like how when you had your Virgin sweater connected to your hair, how it's just like completely pulled out. Yeah, that's what's happening here. So I gotta mess with the weight painting on that. Oh, I didn't want my camera. I really need to get a new mouse. Oh! I guess I need to redo bones down there. Cause, oh yeah, look at that.
Well.
They clip right through when I walk. That's good to know. I have to redo the bones on that.
Check weight painting too.
Yeah. Also, if you look on the underneath the arm, as I hold it out. It's just pulling everything forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Rumble's needs a bit more work, but hers is more just bones aren't tied
There's
to
a little-
anything. A couple other
There's
issues.
also a little bit of clipping on the hoodie.
Yeah, the clip. Yeah, like I said, it's some weight painting and some bones getting retied to certain stuff. I think I know what happened.
Yeah.
Something I noticed on Yeats was, for some reason, it really likes to make new toe and foot bones, and make new bones when you are merging stuff. So I have to deal with. So more likely, I just have to go in, rename those, and delete the merged bones, and then I'm good. But this is the one I'll be working on next because I need to get this one to have the brown hair. I need to get the visor.
Yeah.
And I gotta get the eyes recolored. You can see the earring, kind of. It doesn't have fizz bones. It's on this left ear, so the side you're on. You see the cassette earring, kind of. It's hidden underneath all the clothes. It doesn't have... I didn't realize that when I looked at it. I was like, ooh, it looks nice. It's actually pretty retro designed. It'll work. And it doesn't have bones! Well, fizz bones. It has dynamic bones. Like, I didn't even realize that because I was trying to find what the shaders and texture things it was using. So I went back and looked it up, and I translated what it said, and it's like, this uses... As I was looking through, I was like, oh, it's using Unity Chan, and then right underneath it says this uses dynamic bones, not fizz bones. Like, fuck you. But I could work with it. I think I can convert them. I'll look it up. As much as, I love talking with Bio.
I think you can. I just can't, I don't know how.
As much as I love talking with Bio, I don't want to always just ask him for Avi help. They made the joke today while they were helping me finish up Yeet stuff. Of when I was getting ready to hop off and nap before I streamed. They're like, I was like, thank you for the Avi help. In typical Bio fashion, that's all I'm good for. Oh, lying little rat. How dare you? That's not what you're good for. You're good for being a good friend. Someone to talk to. We love you.
Yes. And they're quite adorable, too.
Agreed. They're an adorable dork. And with that, it is time to look for a raid target. More than likely going to be Frosted, but who knows? Maybe, let's see. I know who to raid.
Who?
Banamba.
Banana?
Yeah, Banamba.
Banana!
Banamba.
I actually have the stream up on my phone.
That's not how you spell banana. Banana is like the easiest fucking word to spell, and I always fuck it up. Every goddamn time. I swear I'm not dyslexic. I don't have any issues with reading comprehension. I have a speech impediment. I forget how to pronounce words. Let's see. I'm just going back and forth between Opera and OBS. Okay, okay, that is how you spell it. Yeah! Now get your butts in that raid, alright? You're going to go show some Banamba some love. Great buddy. Great friend. I love to. No, don't you start putting that lies and slander in my damn chat. That's not how we end this. No. That's not how this works. And Saturday stream, we'll see. I'm still trying to. Well, Josher is a little ticked off just because people haven't been responding to him. More or less personal issues. I'm not going to go into it, but he's a little ticked about stuff. So, him giving me the world file so we can go back and see Yeetikus in their full glory. Not happening anytime soon, sadly. Though I keep saying I'm going to, but this time I will. Saturday we will hop in Minecraft, show off the mod pack I don't like at all, not my thing. Show it off. I'll explain why I don't like it, and then we'll probably hop back into VR chat and probably chill and watch videos again. But anyways, running out of time. Have fun. I'll see you guys Saturday, and
bye bye.
Bye bye.